Testing, testing. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. How is everybody today? Let's see who we got here. We have Ben. Hello, Ben. Hello, hello. Party. Hello, hello, hello. Simp. Hello. We got 3 folks in here. Let's see. It's early days yet. I'm chomping down on a faux soup. You already told everybody? Oh, okay, thank you. Well, if people come, people come. If not, that's fine. I'll go play some Fantasy Life. Oh, no. Yeah. So Simp is going back to writing workbook. And how is Bem? Stop strum 3 minutes after starting. That would be me. That was me the last time, I think. Gives you some time to snack first. Yeah, that's true. That is true. How is everybody doing, like, in terms of busyness? You getting busy, Ben, on your Monday? How about you, Simp? How are you working right now, Simp? Like, what's going on over there in Simp world? Do you work every day? Claude Hell, sort of arguing with it. Oh. For programming? For work? Question mark? Simp, you are correct. For you, and for me, today is Sunday. But for Ben, today is Monday. He is in the future. So, basically, should I spend a month's worth of wages to get a better PC and laptop? Yeah. So I can run Unreal 5. Are you trying to make a game that requires Unreal 5? Wow. Look at our Muffin Man in demand. They're beating down his door for his scones and his muffins. Oh, Tim's in here. Hello. Claude is saying to use Unity. Why? What game are you trying to create? Why is Claude against Unreal? Maybe Claude thinks that the scope of your game doesn't require Unreal. Tomorrow might be Slice Day plus others. Oh, Slice Day. Slices. Ben and his slices. So Dane the other day was saying that he's really excited to start Shadowbringers in earnest. I gotta say that it occurred to me multiple times today that this Thursday is the day. I'm kind of excited. Oh, Muffin Man. I finally got Party to start Fantasy Life. Finally. Took me ages. I'm sick on Thursday. Is it the day of all days? Hey, Herman, how's it going? Long time no chat. Have you been busy? With the book? I just found out that my preferred writing software got dark mode, so I've been over the moon. My eyes are no longer bleeding. It's so good. I'm sick on Thursday. Yeah. Get sick like halfway through the day, Party. Just be like, I'm feeling faint in the morning, and then just build up over the day. So then you have to peace out at like 3 in the afternoon. I had my gallbladder out on Monday. I'm recovering. What? Oh no. Oh, our condolences, Herman? I mean, it's good that it's out, right? Like, it sucks that it has to come out, but I hope that your recovery is steady and positive. Does that mean you have to kind of like lie around a lot? Wow. Party, you got to keep your man in line. You gotta go into that game and start slapping him around some more. Expertly lounging around. Lounging expert in chat. Well, Ben, I would say that we could 3-man it unsynced, but there's like a certain Kiwi who is faking being an Australian to hide his lack of ability to read mechs. Cat. She'd have to follow me to the diadem to slap me, so it should be safe. I can't hear anyone over Fantasy Life. Oh no, a fever. Gallbladder sort of sucks. My sister had that. She said it was worse than being birth. Yeah. The thing about giving birth, okay? Take this with a grain of salt, because I'm only going off of what other women have told me. But when the time comes to have a child, your body secretes huge amounts of hormones and chemicals so that there is pain and there's fatigue, but there's a natural energy that a woman will have. That kind of energy is not created when you're passing a gallstone or anything like that. So even though technically gallstones are smaller than a baby's head, the body is not prepared for that. I had a gallbladder attack in early February. They put a tube in my abdomen to drain it. Now the gallbladder is gone, as is the tube. Okay. Oh, wow. You also have hormones that help your body forget the pain it went through during birth. Yeah. Yeah. So a woman's body naturally secretes the hormones that are needed for childbirth. So I agree with Simp. For a man or a woman to pass stones or have issues with, let's say, a gallbladder, the body isn't created, or some of you will say evolved, to, handle that. This conversation is gross. You are gross. And so is your mom, Leo. Welcome in. Kidney stones can be fun as well. Yes, I can see that sarcasm. Yeah, kidney stones are also horrible. You are correct, Miro. I just don't think... I don't want to downplay having a baby, right? I'm not saying that. But the body is, to a degree, naturally formed for a woman to have a baby. It is not naturally formed for a person to experience something like a gallbladder problem or gallstones or kidney stones. It feels like a combination of being stabbed multiple times and being beaten with a baseball bat along the abdomen. Yeah, we had a sister-in-law who became very ill very suddenly, and she had 5 kids. So something that some people might not know is that people who are pregnant, I mean, like women who get pregnant, they are more likely to struggle with gallbladder issues and other issues related to that. So, so she ended up getting rushed to the hospital, and they basically took out her gallbladder. Because they were like, we're not going to even try to, there are people who have a predisposition to form kidney stones. That is true as well. That is true. Is Leo crying because he is one of them? That seems like a skill issue. If so, I'm kidding. Well, I hope that your recovery goes well, and that you can be back to writing and being creative, Herman, as soon as possible. Today, we're going to see how far I get before I either end stream or switch stream to a game that I'm playing. Yeah. So we're gonna watch a couple of shorter stuff. We have a video from Simp about stop telling me to edit my books, say some indie authors. Okay. What happened to Sci-Fi TV? I think this was also a Simp one. Miro's hieroglyphs are easier than they look. We have, I think it's Wooly, and talking about Critical Role and how good graphics killed video games. I'm not sure who recommended this one. My wife has read through the entirety of my next novel. She told me it was the best thing I've written thus far. Ooh, awesome, Herman. Congrats. I think I can say, at least for, maybe I should only say it for myself, but I'm very excited to see what you put out. I still need to get you to come on stream and chat with me one time about book writing. We already watched how good graphics killed games. Okay, so I can take it off the docket. Thank you, Simp. Simp is going to be my memory for the rest of tonight, clearly. Well, we're down to 4 videos. But I'd like to talk about editing books before we start talking about editing books. Herman, do you pay for an editor what's your editing situation, if you don't mind me asking? Let's see what Herman says. So Herman pays for an editor, like a Chad. Okay, very good. Good. I'm going to, before we play this, I'm going to just solidify my opinion before we start watching this. And I'm going to say a couple things that might feel counterintuitive to what you would expect me to perhaps say. So first off, I want to go on record as saying I think editing is an important part of the process. It is where a writer learns to discipline themselves and be humble. It is a humbling process sometimes because the thing that you really love might have to go. And there is a death to self, but there should never be a death to the vision. A lot of artists and writers mistake death to self as death to the vision. And what they sometimes have to understand is that sometimes themselves, their selves, get in the way of their vision. So an editor, a good editor, ideally, will come in and will challenge you in very uncomfortable kind of ways. The things that you thought beautiful, the things that you thought were cool, the things that you thought were meaningful might end up hitting the trash bin. And if you have a, substantial amount of money, getting a substantive editor before you even put pen to paper can help some gardeners and architects. And the role of such an editor would be to basically stop the author from writing something stupid in the first place. Now, I'm not a huge fan of substantive editors. I prefer to lone wolf it in that aspect. But I definitely have bounced ideas off of my friend Emmy. And I think for me, being able to bounce your ideas off before you start writing can be really crucial. The role of the post-writing editor should be to help you polish your vision so that your vision is the best vision that it can be. And it's crazy how even an architect writer like myself, okay, even a super planner like myself, can forget what is the vision that they had before they started writing. Editors are also the last line of defense against scams and frauds. So if you put out a beautiful book cover and you have an Amazon description saying one thing, and you are not giving them that thing, you have scammed people, my friend. And samples are going to only help so far, because some people could get help for just the first 2 chapters, make the first 2 chapters look really great, and then everything goes downhill from there. I don't think that happens all that often, but I personally believe that editors are kind of like the quality assurance teams that you see in game development. Editors are the last line of defense against an author scamming their audience. But editors are super expensive, especially a good one. A really good editor costs money. So I understand if you're an indie author who just wants to put out a book and try out an audience, I could see why an indie author might struggle to put down the money required for an editor. For example, I did not. I didn't have access to an editor, and I simply couldn't afford it. I really couldn't. That being said, I still got a friend to reread my stuff over, and I was able to set my stuff aside and then edit my own work later. But in my opinion, no author can fully edit their own work. You really have to have a third person's perspective on it. And your own perspective is going to be skewed and blinded. Things that make sense to you may not make sense to another person. So this is where having beta readers and editors is kind of crucial. So I recognize that not all indie authors can afford it. So you might be thinking, so what you're saying is you should still kind of hack up the money and hope for the best. I think if you have a solid enough grammar background, know how to use a spell checker pretty well, have a beta reader, maybe have a friend do some light editing for free, I think you could get away without a professional editor as an indie author. And if your writing is priced accordingly, but if you're going to charge something like $15 to $20, right? 15 to 20 bucks, that's the price of like an indie video game. If you're going to charge, I'm talking in Canadian, if you're going to charge, you know, a chunk of money for your book, then you fucking better get your editor shit together. I think if you're putting out a book for $2 or $5, maybe $10, and your writing is solid, I personally would not hunt you down if you didn't have an editor. If your writing is solid, you used a spell checker and grammar checker, and you got somebody to read it over, generally speaking, I personally wouldn't care. I don't care. But if you're charging a lot of money for it and you aren't shelling out for that quality edit, I think you're a scam. I think you're grifting in the actual sense of the term. That's a grift, right? That's a scam. It's fraud. You're defrauding people of their money. Yeah. So I'm a huge pro editor type person, but as somebody who was incredibly impoverished, I understand not being able to afford one. So if you can't afford one, you better make damn well sure that your writing is as polished as possible. Yeah. I pay for an editor. I have an editor I use on all my books, and she is, for the most part, pretty reasonable. That's nice. Great, Herman. Awesome. That's what I love to hear. Just that, the Audra Winter situation, everything was blamed on bad editing. Bad editing. Well, Audra Winter is a young writer, right? She's an immature writer who hasn't written a thing besides what she was writing, right, Simp? So your first book is going to be crap. And if you don't have an editor who is honest with you, who, if the editor is not telling, let's say, not telling you the truth and not telling you that what you're doing is crappy, you are shafted, right? Now, I personally don't think any writer should throw their editor under the bus unless the editor is genuinely bad. Okay? I will give some examples, all right? When I was ghostwriting, I would say 9/10 of my editors were good. 9/10 were good. There was maybe in the 2.5 years that I wrote books for clients, 2 editors who had no business being editors. The rest of them were great. I personally will look askance at an author who blames the editor. If an author blames an editor, or if the audience blames the editor, I have a big issue. The buck stops with the author telling the editor, I need to hear every piece of negative feedback that I need, especially a beginning author needs to hear the truth about their writing, or they will never improve. So it's on the author to request and work to get honest feedback. And if the editor they hired is genuinely shitty, it's up to them to fire the fucking editor and get a fucking new one. So I personally don't think saying, oh, well, it's the editor's fault. Well, no, it's the writer's fault for not getting a good editor. And it's the writer's fault for not communicating with the editor and requesting tough edit. Like a tough edit. So I think this whole it's edited poorly is true for Audra Winter. It was edited poorly, but it's down to Audra to take responsibility, or Audra, or whatever she's calling herself, or he's calling himself these days. I don't give a flying flapjack, whatever that person's calling themselves these days. They have to take responsibility for not corralling their editor correctly or getting a better editor. So for me, yes, we can look at a book and say, oh, the editing is bad. But at the end of the day, I always criticize the author first. When I talk about what Fury brings, I mentioned that most of the mistakes are on a technical level, which could have been fixed by a good proofreader and editor. But who do I talk about the most when I'm talking about that book? Am I blaming the editors? Am I blaming the proofreaders? I do, to a certain degree, blame the publisher for even letting that thing get sold to the general public. But I blame the author first. The author is where the buck stops. Now, we could talk about authors not getting an editor, etc., etc. But it's up to the author. If the author has written a shit book, the last thing they should start crying about, or the other people should start crying about, is, well, they didn't have a good editor. Well, then you should have gotten a better editor. Or just not published at all. If you're distraught that editing will delay the release of your book, says Herman, you're doing it wrong. I agree. 100% Herman. If you have not planned ahead of time your writing so that you can take into account major revisions, especially if it's your first book, I think you are screwed. Yeah. I read to get published, you need to pay for sensitivity readers as well. If you're talking about traditionally published, probably you have to get bullshit done like that. I wouldn't. If I have to get a sensitivity reader for my book in order to get to a certain publisher, that publisher is not worth my time, period. Nope. I would rather remain unpublished, unknown, but true to myself, than engage a sensitivity reader. The idea of engaging or hiring a sensitivity reader for my books almost makes me want to call maid. That's the ultimate brain death, as far as I'm concerned. If a publisher came to me and said, "Hey, we're willing to sign you on, but you need to get a sensitivity reader," I'd be like, "Fuck you! No, I'm done. I'm out." No. Anybody who's like, oh, a sensitivity reader, it's fine. No, it's not fine. It's not fine. I'm fundamentally against anything related to sensitivity readers and cultural readers and all that bullshit. It depends on where you want to get published. no indie writer should have to get a sensitivity reader, and obviously some publishers will require it, but that's probably some traditional publishers will require a sensitivity reader. I personally would not work with a traditional publishing agency that required a sensitivity reader. That's a no for me. Sensitivity reader? Yeah, basically, Ben. Basically. No. Indie publishing, some indies who are woke and, you know, left-wing grifters, they'll go out and do the sensitivity reader stuff. I personally think that sensitivity readers are just... Okay. You know what? I'll show it. Party actually shared this with me the other week. Where is it? Wait. Check this out.
Shouted them out by name in the beginning of this book. And then the word fictitious is here. So I clicked on the link provided in the ebook. Beautiful website. And it brought me to 2 different lists of triggers, one from the author and one from a paid sensitivity reader. The author's triggers are as follows: drug use, gaslighting, homophobic harmful phrase from a side character, stalking, murder, suicide, dubcon, con, asphyxiation, CSA, taboo, marking, and ends in a cliffhanger. The paid sensitivity reader listed drug use, unacceptable LGBT plus family, blatant homophobia, assault, stalker, kidnapping, childhood abuse mention, being hunted, torture, grooming, gore, murder, cancer death mention, strained family relationships, on-page drug use, choking, asphyxiation, dubcon, CNC, misogyny, spelled wrong, ableism, failed police reports, rape culture, corpse, manipulation, alcoholic parent mention, on-page alcoholic, depression, incest, molestation, parentification, neglect, emotional incest, grooming, Oedipus complex, boop, hello from the void, I forgot one more thing. Oedipus complex is the sexual feelings that a son may develop for his mother and subsequent hostility he may harbor towards his father or other male suitors of his mother. Just wanted to put that out there in case you, like me, did not know off the top of your head what the Oedipus complex was. Now you don't have to look it up. All right, back to the video. Attempted murder, makeshift graves.
By the way, does anybody know what play Chieko is writing a curriculum for? A very famous play that some people read the Oedipus complex into. Ding, 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 ding. Cats. It's Hamlet, by the way. Hamlet. Oedipus Rex is another one, but I'm doing Hamlet, which is imagine opening up Hamlet and getting a list, and it's like murder, ghosts, incest, you know, Oedipus complex.
Asphyxiation, burns, branding, marking, Stockholm syndrome, gore, graphic injury description, amputation, mutilation as body horror, bugs and wounds, mercy killing on page, assisted suicide, pregnancy, attempted suicide on page, graphic, self-harm, involuntary admission to a psychiatric facility, unsafe abortion, hallucinations, on-page meltdown, and on-page molestation.
Okay. That's not in Hamlet? Yeah, it's in Hamlet. Yeah, it is. Do cats? What was that list? This is trigger warnings. Okay, so I'll just clarify this, okay? Party sent this to me because she's been watching this young lady read various romances and stuff because she finds it amusing, okay? Party finds it amusing. All right, this is why I will never hire a sensitivity reader. I'd rather call maid, perhaps, than do a sensitivity reader. Okay, so here are the trigger warnings that the author personally listed. That's up here. Then down here are the trigger warnings created by the sensitivity reader. Some of it is literally stupid. And some of it is like if you're struggling. Can I be an insensitivity person and put as many as possible into the book? Also, good morning. Look, this is exactly why I'm not doing a sensitivity reader. And if a publisher came to me, a traditional publisher said, we'll put your books on the shelves, but you need to get a sensitivity reader, I would be like, no, never mind. Never mind. I'm good. I'm going to continue my foray into finance, please and thanks. This is ridiculous, okay? I will laugh at this, and I will consider anyone who feeds into this kind of behavior and systems of coddling, mental coddling. I will laugh at you if you need this. I will. I personally think this is stupid and unnecessary. Now, have I had moments in a book where something happened and I was deeply bothered by it? Absolutely. I have had moments where I've read a book and I felt very bothered by it. Do you know what I did? I put the book down and I walked away for a bit and I grew up. So there's some things you realize, oh, I can't read that. This is something that I shouldn't be reading. I can't be reading it. It's not mentally healthy for me. You put it down, you let the book go. This kind of list, okay, so these lists up here, these trigger warnings up here should probably tell you enough. This sensitivity stuff down here is stupid. Now, the trigger warning up here, I do think, for example, when you go onto a Steam page for a video game, there will usually be some tags, and the tags of the genre will let you know what is going on. So, for example, if you see the word psychological horror, you're going to go, oh, maybe that's not for me. If it says horror, oh, maybe it's not for me. If you're living in a world where you rely on this to navigate the world, you probably need to go get help. I think trigger warnings are good. I think sometimes an author can just spring it on you. These trigger warnings up here are okay. These ones here, simp, if you are standing for this sensitivity reader bullshit, I'm calling you out. And I think you are absolutely 110% wrong. And you probably need to get help if you can't handle some words on a page. No offense. These trigger warnings up here, I think they are kind of dumb, but I can recognize that these trigger warnings that the author did are fine. This list down here are, if you can't read a book without this kind of a list, I think you need help. I think some people are just triggered a lot by specific things like, say, spiders. They need help. Simp. They need help. I'm triggered by spiders. The first thing that I do when I see a spider is shriek and kill it. Shriek and kill it. There was this one time you remember the apartment that I lived in where there was the fire? A bat came into my room at night. I had to creep out of my bedroom because I was freaking scared of the bat. And I had to wake up my brother, and together, looking like morons because we covered our heads in blankets, we got the bat out of the bedroom, out of the window, because it had a crack at the top. So this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Half the reviews are about triggering people. It's ridiculous. Trigger warnings are pretty much a list of here's why you shouldn't read. I get where trigger warnings can be useful, but I think that's rare. Yeah. Once again, if the author wants to put their trigger warning up at the top here, this should be enough to tell you it's dark fantasy. There's going to be serious stuff in it. Should I read this? If you need this list down here, I think you need to get help. I think you need to get help. If you can't go through life and cope with a spider or whatever, you need to get help. Like, seriously. And I'm not going to get super personal, okay? Because what I could say about this matter could make some people here, including myself, feel uncomfortable. But I had a moment in a Malaysian airport where the book I was reading caused me some mental problem. That's all I'm going to say on it. And all I did was put the book down, pack it away in my backpack, and I picked something else up, and I literally fucking controlled my fucking mind to get over it. And this was a serious thing, a serious issue. So I am not suggesting, I'm not hand waving away and saying, oh, people don't have a negative response to stuff that they're reading. No, people can have a very negative response to the stuff that they're reading. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you do not need to have a trigger warning list like this. If you do, you need to get help. Or you should move to Canada and call up MAID, because you need help. You can't live. I don't know how you're getting in your car and dealing with traffic at this level. Okay? If you need a trigger warning for failed police reports, bugs and wounds, I think you probably need to go get mental help. Yeah. Party says, if the trigger warnings were actually applicable, I wouldn't care. But also dark romance, adult fiction, it kind of suggests stuff already. Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? If you go into Lovecraft, you know you're going to see things. You're going to probably see a little bit of racism. Let's all be real here. You're probably going to see something creepy. There's probably going to be a tentacle or someone going crazy or a demon of some kind or an old god or whatever. And you should know. Hello. It's called genre. So I personally don't think a sensitivity reader is necessary. Yeah. Phobias like spiders make sense, but you wouldn't put it in. Trigger warning, Australian funnel web spider. It may be a warning, spider content present. If you're afraid of spiders, why would you live in Australia? We're not here by choice. It's okay, Ben. We know that you're faking it. I think you can tell by a book synopsis if something is adult and potentially serious. Yeah. For a generation that's all about emotional control and regulation, there seems to be a lot of people unable to control their emotional reactions during slight issues. Yes. Once again, I'm not denying that people can have legitimate struggles with what they read. I had a legitimate struggle. I put the book down. I dealt with it. I self-therapized and moved past. And I just skipped forward a couple pages, like I think I went back to reading it like later on in the day because I was stuck in the Malaysian airport, and I finished the book. You need to be stronger than to need a sensitivity reader. And if somebody came to me and said, oh, we can't publish you unless we have a sensitivity reader, fuck off, frankly. No. I think it's ridiculous and laughable. Try it out and put it down if it's too much. Yes. Talk to a friend who's read it. Go online. Talk to people who have read it. Take responsibility for your own life. If it's something you can't handle, then it's up to you to disengage instead of raging at the creator. Yeah. Would you trigger warn them before you tell them to F off? No. That's a jump scare right there, Leo. We don't know if they'll be able to survive me telling them to take their sensitivity reader and pack it where the sun don't shine. They might not be able to survive. People need to get more resilient. They need to get more resilient. This kind of like floppy situation where, like, once again, I'm not saying that this author's trigger warning up at the top is wrong. I think this is fine. This should tell you enough that this is a serious book and it's going to get dark. All of this down here is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. The author trigger warning should be enough to tell you, oh, this is a dark book. There's going to be a lot of stuff in here. I'm not going to go for it. Or I am going to go for it. The coddling of people's minds these days is crazy. And like I said, I've had moments where I've watched things I've philosophically disagreed with. I have read things that have mentally disturbed me, like severely. You learn how to walk it off. If you can't walk it off, you probably need to check yourself in somewhere. I need to read smut. Oh no, there's spicy scenes. Pikachu face. Yeah. This one right here, where was it? Assisted suicide? Like, I don't know. I don't know. There was a time when I was growing up and focus on the family was a huge thing. It was a Christian website where parents could go and review videos from the perspective of a Christian. And they would list how many swear words were in there. And they would list any types of potential issues that Christians might have with anything. And while I recognize that you want to double check to make sure that a video or film is, appropriate for a child during the early teens, like somewhere between the age of 10 and 13, there's like a give and a take for your child. So you want to make sure that this video or film is appropriate. I personally thought that although the intention of those people was technically correct, it was also outsourcing critical thought to parents. And a lot of parents would simply rely on that particular website in order to make their determinations of what was valuable to watch or not watch. And this is where the problem is. See, Simp, I couldn't disagree more. The Canadian NDP movie video, first off, not all Canadians are like that. That's the NDPs, first off. Second, also, just because, let's say 90% of Canadians have literally lost their fucking minds and are giant babies carrying around little cue cards, okay? And I'm one of the 10% that's somehow not deranged. Does this mean that the rest of the world should go, oh, look at what the Canadians are doing. Gee, they're really stupid. I guess we should do it too. Ha! Social proof. You do realize, Simp, that comment that you just made is literally you referring to social proof, which that one video guy did, which I disagreed with. Social proof and people doing bullshit is not a justification for you to do bullshit. Just because some people out there are incredibly uneducated and psychologically damaged and mentally unhealthy does not mean that we should feed into that and just hold their hands and be like, oh, you little poor little baby. Yes, let's all do this together now. If you want to go down that road and cut yourself off on the knees and destroy yourself to try to appease this kind of crowd, you go do that. Good luck, by the way, with your creativity, because it's never going to happen. I am going to write about what I want to write about. And fuck sensitivity readers. It's a scam. This is a scam. And writers are getting scammed, and so are publishing industry people. I don't give a flying flapjack about social proof. You can come to me and tell me that 90% of Canadians need to have their hands held and need to have a little card that they can wave to be like, oh, I'm gay, I'm black, or oh, I'm white, I'm autistic, or whatever it is that they have a little problem with. I don't care. If 90% of Canadians need that, that does not mean that the rest of the world needs to be like that. And it does not mean that the Canadians are right and that it's okay to go down that road. That you Simp, you are literally blaming a group of people to whom you do not belong and pointing a finger at the Canadian NDP party and going, oh, look at those people over there. I guess I should do it too. Literally. Now, I disagreed with the social proof. I felt that one video game reviewer that Wooly recommended, I thought he was wrong about the social proof. Just because a whole bunch of people like something or don't like something or are doing something or not doing something doesn't mean that what they are doing or not doing, liking or not liking, is bad or good. Social proof is helpful for analyzing cultural trends overall, for you to foresee maybe ways that you can take advantage of certain trends and things. It is not and should never be an arbiter of your own behavior or moral values. Period. Ben says they need therapy. I agree. I just remember moms taking their kids to Deadpool and then complaining it's gore and spicy, even though it's listed R on the warnings. Exactly, Foxy. Exactly. That kind of lazy ass behavior is exactly what happens when we outsource our critical thinking to someone else. 3 F-bombs and a kissing scene is okay, but 4th F-bomb is too much for little Timmy Tammy. Yeah, basically, Wooly. It's pretty funny seeing them say fuck all with their victim times. I saw a newsletter where in some cinemas in Los Angeles, where they were airing The Nightingale, there were psychologists outside to soothe the people who are traumatized. I saw it, and it wasn't that intense. Yeah. Yeah. I personally believe that society needing this level of sensitivity reader is probably not going to live long, nor should it live long. This is ridiculous. And if you need a sensitivity reader to be traditionally published, then guess what? I'm not going to get traditionally published. I'll just be a Pavo writer doing what I want. Okay, so what are we starting with today? We're going to start with editing. So going back to the discussion, short and long of it for those who are coming in. Hello, Epic. Hello, Foxy. Hello, Wooly. All of our usuals. Hello, hello. Anyone who's new and just listening in, welcome as well. I believe editing is necessary. It protects customers. It's a humbling moment for the writer. It's a moment of mental discipline. A writer should learn to use an editor, to sacrifice themselves in order to ensure that their vision has polish. I recently finished the first chapter of my book, and I reached out to some people and I requested some early feedback on style and pacing and stuff. Why? Because I want feedback. I don't want someone just saying, oh, it's nice. Oh, it's fun. Oh, I had fun. Oh, it's great. Right? I want that helpful, critical feedback, because if I don't get that, then there's a lower chance of me improving. However, being an indie, writer myself, I recognize it's very expensive to get an editor. So if you can't afford one, at least get a good friend who knows English really well and can give you feedback, critical feedback. And if your book is, priced more cheaply, I am also less likely to get annoyed if you have, phoned it in with the editing. But if you are pricing your book at a premium price and you can't be bothered to hire an editor, I think you are a scam artist, you're a fraudster, and you're engaging in a grift. There's a thief in my house? What? Oh my lord. Wow. Well, I mean, it's his throne, right? As king of the home, this is what he deserves. Like, why? It was really great to see Miro's picture of Autumn. Autumn looks so cute. Ben sends me photos of Beans. He's a fucking thief. Yeah, he is. he's stealing from the disabled person in your house. Coddling. I think kids need to watch more traumatic content designed to help kids. Yeah, like you don't want to just like put in trauma just to like freak a kid out, but you need to confront children bit by bit. I'm more than happy to get loads of lavish, undeserved praise. Yeah. I do like getting praise. I should say, Herman, it's praise is great, but do you know what the best praise is? Praise is the best and sweetest praise is from the person that has high standards. If some Joe Blow on the street is like, yeah, your book is pretty good, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that's an ego boost. Like, oh, yeah, I did a good job. But if somebody who I know has a higher standard and rigor to their value system, and they say, yeah, I really enjoyed your book, I think that to me means a lot more. And yeah, it's actually scary how much we protect kids. We had the Hunter X meal. I tried the sauce, and it's basically not spicy at all. Father gets their daughter the meal, took the sauce away, saying it's spicy. Wow. But if I was to at least test and let them figure it out, yeah, I agree, Foxy. I agree. That's too much. That's helicopter parenting right there. That's what we call helicopter parenting. Bambi, Dumbo, Jurassic Park, and Predator. Yeah. And once again, you know your child, right? You should know your child. Some children, they are ready to try out something a bit beefier. Some children are more sensitive. You need to, slowly ease them in. But bit by bit, both of them need to be exposed to the same body of work in order to develop resilient minds and spirits. So then we don't have a generation of people like this who are so mentally unhealthy that they can't live in a world where they see the slightest thing that might bother them. This is a problem. Once again, I'm not the kind of person who's like, oh, Resident Evil game, I'm going to go play that. I couldn't get through, okay? I couldn't survive the first Uncharted video game because I was too scared to go down the fucking hallway with the white alien thing leaping up at me. Like, I can't aim a gun and be scared at the same time. It's just not going to happen. But did I suddenly type out to Uncharted devs, oh, you should have put a trigger warning in for alien jump scares? No! I closed down the video game and I wanted to play something else. This is ridiculous. Okay, let's watch this lady. I'm going to eat my pho. It's becoming... I'm losing the broth. Okay, let's watch some of this.
There are a lot of opinions surrounding whether or not you should get an editor for your indie publication, but I think the root of this all is people's confusion on what counts as editing. My name is Taylor Rose, and welcome back to my channel where we talk about everything reading and writing. So the hot topic these last few weeks has been Audra Winter, an indie author who received 6,000 pre-orders for her book, The Age of Scorpius, but unfortunately, once the book was actually in people's hands, they weren't very happy, and the 1- and 2-star reviews started pouring in. Audra herself admits that while she did hire several editors for her book, she didn't actually pay that much attention to what they said. If you're interested in more details, I do have 2 videos going more in depth on...
What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you? What did I say? 9 times out of 10, the person we blame is who? The writer. After the writer, we blame the publisher. And after the publisher, we blame the editor. If you are blaming the editor and saying, oh, it's not well edited, the first thing you should say is the author should have been given a talking to. And it should have been the publisher to tell the author to get a grip and listen to the editors. We're now, in this case with Audra Winter, we're now in the world of indie writers who can decide not to look at their editor. But there are actually some people who have before gone on record saying, oh, I don't listen to my editor, like it's some sort of badge of honor, like I don't need one. Absolute moronic behavior. The worst kind of advice. It doesn't matter if you're talking about a proofreader, a line editor, a substantive editor, a copy editor. I don't care. You need to have like an edit at some point. Somebody should weigh in at some point and be like, hey, what's going on here? Hello? checking for intelligent life anywhere. But in this case, whose fault is it? It's the author. So I find that, yes, there are some editors that are completely, absolutely terrible, but most of the time it's the author's fault for not paying attention. It's not the actual editor's fault.
What exactly was happening with Audra Winter. It's a really unfortunate set of circumstances. I definitely feel for her, but it's brought up an interesting conversation. Most of the people commenting on Audra's post are complaining that she didn't have an editor. There are some typos, there are misused words, there's really redundant, overused phrasing. I've only read the first 2 chapters from the sample posted on her Patreon, so I can't say whether or not it's believable that she did have a developmental editor. But somehow, while TikTok is foaming at the mouth over you need to get your book edited, Threads doesn't seem to have received that memo. I'm going to go ahead and say that I did censor these images because I don't necessarily think there's one side or the other for this debate. I didn't really want to call anyone out specifically. I kind of think that there's just a miscommunication in what exactly people are talking about. This is the post that started all the discourse I've personally seen on whether or not indie authors need editing. So Green posted, "Stop gatekeeping publishing for indie authors. I'm tired of this rhetoric that indies shouldn't publish their work or that their work doesn't deserve support if they can't afford to fork out tens of thousands of dollars for edits/art/marketing, etc. In this economy, Susan, between cover art, copyright, marketing, and being able to afford to eat, look, I get it. Having an editor to polish up your book is helpful, but I, and many other indies, can't afford $3,000+ for a good editor, and I'll be damned if I let that stop me. I'd rather put that money into legally protecting my work first. Having polished work won't mean shit if it gets stolen. So if you're going to push this, people are not going to read your shoddy book. Shit at me. Leave my page, block me if you have to. We don't have room or time for that energy over here." And I agree with her. Nice cover art helps, but it's not 100% mandatory. Marketing also, you can mostly do for free now. Obviously, like paid ads for Amazon, etc., popping up on Facebook and stuff. That obviously costs money, but a lot of, at least it seems to me that a lot of authors now are just building up a social media presence, talking to people like a normal person and earning their fans that way. You don't need tons of art to get people to like your book. So I agree that a lot of the things people say you need to be successful in writing aren't necessarily true, but I'm going to have to kindly disagree on the editing front because we've seen in real time what happens when you don't let anyone look at your work who knows what they're talking about, or you do let them look and then you don't accept any of their advice. So a big part of this
Yeah, I think what I dislike about how that person responded is Audra Winters, the Winters person. They had the editors, they could afford it, and they said, never mind. Thanks for all the pucks. So I personally I couldn't disagree more. There's a false conflation here where, sure, it does cost a lot of money to get properly edited, but you could get like at least proofreading done or line editing done. You could start with a free beta reader and then move up from there. Or even like a paid beta reader, but like one of the cheaper ones. I just feel that if you are a starting writer and you want to get your stuff out without breaking your bank, I think it's crucial for you to think about how are you going to charge for this creative piece, and then what are you going to do to ensure that your money's worth is there. So yeah, I personally think, for me anyway, that I understand the issue with money. I get it. Personally, I understand this 110%. I don't have stocks. I don't have a 401k or whatever they call it. I don't even have savings. I'm going to be very frank. That is my life. But I do have a friend who has a degree in education and literature in English, and she has offered kindly to edit my books for free until I can pay her. So I went out and I got help. The general feeling, I think, is that if you are going to charge people a chunk of money, you need to ensure that the best polished piece that you can give for that money is provided. I hired editors and ignored them. Lamau, yeah, basically. May I recommend Dead Space? It's family friendly. No, Wooly. No. What are you going to do when the zombies come? I'll just die. Don't worry, Leo. I will join the throng, alas. Don't you know I'm a literary genius? Epic said, my problem is editing during my initial draft. Yes, that is a common thing for... That's a common thing for people. And I'm going to be honest, Epic. If you came to me and said, I want to go pro and I want to like get more into writing and I want to like try to make more money and put out more, up my output, I would probably take you to task for this habit. But since I know that you are I don't want to use the word vanity publisher, but you know what I mean. You're writing for yourself strictly. And you don't have personal deadlines. I think this is fine, given your situation, right? But if you were coming to me and saying, oh, I want to go pro, I want to make more money, I want to put out more output, then I would say that, like, that's going to shoot you in the foot, right? Maybe there's a connection to not being able to deal with the world and ignoring your editor, because an editor will tell you how much you suck. And if you can't handle it, Leo, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, 100% Leo. Yes, that's my thing. I think for me, the trend of needing a sensitivity reader and the trend of not listening to your editor or being unable to take constructive feedback is completely linked. It's a narcissistic, fear-based, performative related mental illness. And it stems from a variety of philosophies and social trends. And this inability to deal with feedback is a huge issue. Now, when I started ghostwriting, I remember after I took the first test, I got in. And I had my first ever book that I was writing for a client. And when it came time to editing, like, I had to go away for a bit. I had to go and kind of like just breathe and like lay down a little because I was so nervous, right? This was the time for an editor to come in and just, devastate my writing. There was mild devastation, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. The key, though, is like, it's not going to always be comfortable, and sometimes you will be taken aback, but it has to happen. And it's the same thing with reading or writing. If you are a person that needs the world to be a certain way before you can create, if your life needs to be a certain way before you can create, if you need to feel a certain way before you can create, if you, so on and so forth, if you're so sensitive that you can't handle with feedback, I personally don't see you professionally lasting long most of the time. Most of the time, I don't see it happening. Now, it's different if you're more like Epic. You're just doing it for yourself. It's a side hobby. You're just having fun. You might put it out and, you know, a couple people might buy it. No biggie. There's nothing wrong there. There's nothing wrong. You know, have fun. But I think as soon as you start charging people premium dollars for a product, as soon as you start promising things to people on a Kickstarter, I believe you are legally bound to provide what you promised. And we're seeing this right now with video games as well, aren't we? We're seeing tons and tons of video games getting kickstarted and then absolutely falling apart. And the reality is that there's a lot of fiscal and professional irresponsibility, and writers are not, you know, exempt from that. What do you consider a premium price for a book? Oh boy, Jonathan, good question. I'm going to go with my gut on this one. All right. I think a book that costs over $10 US is, in my mind, that's like 10 to 15. So let's say $15 US minimum, absolute minimum, although it could go lower down to $10 US. But, you know, $15 US, that's like a meal. So any book that's below 15, I tend to be like, you know, if it's like below 10, I especially don't care. Like there's some books that are only like $2 on Amazon. Yeah. You know, you should know what you're getting into if you're reading something that costs $2 for a digital book, right? If you're paying, though, $10 to $15 for a digital book, not to be confused with physical, which is always more expensive, almost always more expensive, almost. That's not always the case. But, yeah, I think if you're paying $10 for a digital piece of content, maybe 15, you should have basic. You should have a basic line editor or something going on there. You should have an editor. Now, do you need a developmental editor? No. Do you need like a substantive? That's what I mean when I say substantive, by the way, Herman. Like, do you need a developmental or substantive editor? No. Do you need necessarily a copy editor or whatever? No. But it's probably a good idea to get a proofreader, at least, and then either like a beta reader or like a very, very good friend who can do some beta reading and some light line editing. And random every week. Yeah, exactly, Epic, right? There's no point in me suggesting anything to you, honestly, in terms of your habits, unless you want me to suggest, in which case I would tell you don't edit while you're writing. It's a waste of your time. But anyway, I personally think that if you are really selling a book for anywhere between $10 to $15 for a digital book, I think you should be putting in some elbow grease, personally. But anyway, let's keep going.
Conversation has been blue over here. Blue apparently commented a few times on Green's original post and was blocked from interacting with anyone on the thread. Blue retweeted a photo of Green's post and said the following: "I hate it here. I don't want to live in an indie publishing landscape where simply telling an author to invest in basic editing and making sure they are putting out the best quality product they can before charging money for it is dismissed as gatekeeping. Simply put, this is why some people don't respect indie authors, and it's not going to get better until we get rid of this mentality. A trad publisher who stopped editing the books they put out would go out of business in a week. I'm going to be honest, I agree with her. I take a lot of chances on books because I do subscribe to Kindle Unlimited, but if I had to go pay individually for each book, if I see in the first few pages that there are tons of errors or a lot of kind of like logical inconsistencies, I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to finish it. You know, it is not worth me spending $20+ for something I can tell that there was clearly never a final review of this product, which may sound harsh, but there are hundreds of thousands of books available online. If your book doesn't put its best foot forward in the first few pages, people are going to start reading it and then say, nah, not worth my time, not worth my money. Blue continues, update, she and several other people on the thread blocked me after accusing me of bullying them and being beyond rude, simply for calmly replying to their public take and pointing out how poorly they are coming off and representing indies. Please don't let this represent the next generation of authors. I weep for all of us if so. So if we take a look at the conversation that Blue had with Green, we can see that Green responded to her, "Where did I say in any of my posts that I don't need or want one? Please show me. I don't know any writer who would turn one down if they could afford it. I do not have the funds for an editor. Plain and simple. If I did, I wouldn't be giving my opinion on this discourse." Blue tried to respond, "I'm sorry, honey, but no, that's not how it works. Yes, editors are expensive. Yes, not everyone can afford them. But self-publishing, assuming you're charging money for your book, is a business like any other. If you can't afford to invest in the baseline expense of editing, you can't afford to be in business yet. You get a loan, a Kickstarter, or just save up." However, her reply failed to upload because at this point, Green had blocked Blue. Green responded, I'm assuming to a different comment, "Wow, bashing me more? Thanks. This behavior absolutely makes me want to learn more about my craft in publishing. I also like how this was a general take on what I'm seeing everywhere, and you took it personally. And you weren't just sharing information, you were being beyond rude. I was willing to listen, but you just want to be a bully. Get off my feed." So if we go back to Blue's post, she had quite a few people responding. I have colored them all yellow, but they are different people. The first response says, "There's such a weird sense of entitlement. If indie publishing is too expensive, go trad. If you can't get an agent or sell your manuscript to a trad publisher, maybe it's not good enough. Being published is not an inalienable right. Anyone can throw 90 to 120,000 words together. Just because someone goes to all that effort doesn't make them a good writer, and putting out a mediocre book is going to cost you readers in the long run. Because if someone buys it and it's weak, they're probably not buying the next one." I think.
Oh my lord, that is so fucking based. Oh man. Oh, guys, is anyone else, like, amazed by this answer? Oh, in a world where people are told that they have a voice and their voice matters, which, by the way, I think on paper, idealistically, I believe that's true, right? There's a degree to which I religiously and philosophically believe that everybody is watched by God, right? I'm a Christian, right? So I actually do believe that God's paying attention to every single one of us at all times. However, just because in the spiritual realm, your voice matters to God, and like you as a person have value as a human being, does not mean that you have the right to other people's money. And it certainly does not mean that you have the right, this is most important, to other people's good opinion. Games like Crimson Desert, games like WoW and Final Fantasy XIV and Elden Ring have to work to gain their audience. You do not have the right to put something out and get people. And you certainly don't have the right to get published. And this is why I dislike the DEI performative and this is why I refuse to play into that. I refuse to get a sensitivity reader because I personally think that you do not have a right to get published. You do not have a right to make someone publish you. And just because you're special, or you have a certain colored card, or you have a little list of grievances because society has done you poorly, does not give you the right to force other people to buy your product, read your product, and like your product. And there's this huge issue where a lot of people think that if they spend a lot of time on something, that it will be good. That's another problem. Has anyone else noticed that in the video game world recently, where people will be like, we worked really hard on this. Yeah. And it still sucks. So I personally think that just because you're working hard doesn't mean it's good. And so many people are like, I've been working on this since I was 12 years old. Stop. It's like me, at one point, little Chieko dreamed of being a ballet dancer. I know, that's funny. Let's all laugh. Okay, moving on. It's just some things are not meant to be. There's some things that Chieko is not meant to be. There's some things that Wooly and Simp, if he's still here, and Leo and Epic and Miro, there's some things we are not meant to be. And this is where I think you have to really question yourself. And this is one of the reasons why, I struggle even with being a YouTuber, is do I deserve to have that voice, right? Do I deserve to have that voice? Have I put in that work for that voice? And one of the huge things that I did about 3 years ago, it was before I started streaming, I started applying for literary agents to get, in an attempt to get traditionally published. And I actually got some responses. And guess what? A lot of the agents were positive. They were like, yeah, your writing is really solid. We're just not looking for this right now. So I knew that my writing is solid. It's just what I want to write about. It's just not going to fly. So even if someone like me is what I would call a competent, not a good, but, good-ish, competent writer, even someone like me who could work with an editor and get better is not entitled to get published. You just aren't, right? There's some people in my life who tell me, oh, you're such a good teacher. Just because I'm a good teacher does not mean I'm entitled to get rich off of my teaching. This is not how the world works, unfortunately. And so I agree with this person. This person is so based. Oh my gosh. I bet some people had to go lie down after hearing this one. And this part right here. Just because someone goes to all that effort doesn't make them a good writer. And putting out a mediocre book is going to cost you readers in the long run, because if someone buys it and it's weak, they're probably not buying the next one. I will say this. Mediocrity can get you by, but it's how bad is it? How bad are we talking? Okay. Where's my NFT maker? Where's my NFT maker? I'll show the graph. Here's the graph that I'm seeing in my head. Okay. Okay. Where's my pencil? So here's a graph. We're going to make it really steep. Like this. Okay, so up here, it is very good. And then down here, we're going to call it trash. I'm going to put What Fury Brings down here. And up here, very good. I'm going to put Malazan. And I'm not talking about the concept or the ideas only. I'm literally just talking about how the words are put on the page and how they work together. I'm not talking about the ideas. I'm not talking about the themes. I'm not talking about the message. Even then, Malazan beats What Fury Brings by a mile. This is a huge distance between them. Okay? I personally think that most writers fall somewhere, including yours truly, fall somewhere between here and here. Now, yours truly, Chieko, is aiming to be here. Okay? I'm aiming to be here. If I could get over into here, that'd be lovely. But let's all be real. Okay? I'm aiming to be here. I'm probably actually down here. Your average writer, your average romance, romantasy writers, all of them are generally somewhere in this region. They have editors. Then you get into the wild, wild west of the indie authors. Some indie authors, super professionals, can actually achieve quite a lot. But you have these either cheapos, they're generally pavos, or they're snowflakes who can't take criticism. You got them down here. And this is where Audra Winter lives, just above What Fury Brings. Her sentences were not as bad as What Fury Brings, but Audra Winters is here. Yeah. Up to the House of Chains. Dude went on a self-indulgent bender after that book. I wouldn't doubt it, Wooly. I wouldn't doubt it. I stopped after House of Chains. So, yeah. Reminds me of a pawn shop joke. I got a rock out there that's 1 million years old and it's worthless. Heinlein put it well. Skilled chef can turn flour, water, and apples into a delicious tart, while someone else will ruin what is already extant. Yes. Labor has no bearing on the value other people place on an outcome. True. No one goes into teaching or tutoring for the money. You are correct, Miro. You are correct. A lot of what I see with gaming media and movies now, that we made an inclusive thing for modern audience, but the modern audience is the alphabet crowd, which is niche to traditional audiences. Yes. Then they have the gall to blame the traditional audiences for not investing into something not targeted at them. Do you remember, does anyone remember what movie it was where they told the men to not go see it? Do you remember what it was? Was it A Wrinkle in Time? Nobody went to see it. Then there were like surprise Pikachu face. We failed. We didn't get the male crowd, which is one of the primary audiences that you want to get in the theater. They do it to themselves. So, you know, once again, if we're talking about technical term, I would argue that let's put the greats up here, right? These are classical people. But you notice I'm not putting as many bubbles in the top part. This is because this is like 10% of writing. This down here is probably closer to, let's say, 30% of writing. I'm just doing percentages, but this could actually be quite different. And then 60% is this in between, which is what I call competent. Now, is competent bad? No, it's good. It's fine. It's fine. It's enjoyable. There's some mistakes, not egregious ones. That's where you want to aim, really. Of course, it's nice if you could aim for up here, you know, push yourself to be great. But generally speaking, most of us should want to come in here. And for some reason, you got some people standing these ones down here, the absolute trash fire down here. But once again, I personally don't think that tons and tons of readers are fantastic. I think tons and tons of writers, I think tons and tons of writers are competent. That's it. So this is, let's say, percentages of writer quality. Yes, it was a Brie Larson movie. Yeah, I remember a Brie Larson movie. To be honest, I really did take after the dude's lectures. Viewed writing as a 10-year investment where I had to focus on writing 3 novels before I set to worrying about profits. And I'm 2/3 at the moment. Smart way to go, Epic. Smart way to go. I remember white people being told to give their Black Panther tickets to a minority. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that did also happen. Yeah. Yeah, I personally think there's tons and tons of people. I think there are tons and tons of people that could, I'm going to save this NFT, that could just aim, for competency. I'm not suggesting that we have to have, everything locked down. But like competency. And if you can't achieve competency, should you get published? Okay, let's read some other responses.
I think this applies to any author, whether or not they're indie published or trad published. For example, I really loved the Six of Crows duology. I decided to go read everything else Leigh Bardugo had published at the time, which was her Shadow and Bone Grishaverse series, which I thought was terrible. It was a trilogy when honestly the plot was one book at most. And personally, I didn't really vibe with the tropes surrounding the main character, but I read the trilogy, I read the short stories for it, I didn't like it, and I have not read anything written by Leigh Bardugo since. It sounds harsh. I'm sure her other books are probably better than Shadow and Bone, but having had that negative experience, I choose to look elsewhere. Another response says, I agree honestly, editing is expensive, and I'm not saying everyone can or should pay for an experienced Big Five editor who charges thousands. But there are critique groups, new editors breaking into the scene with lower rates, and I paid for my editor with a payment plan to make it more affordable. I have complete respect for how tough things are economically for people, but the truth is, everyone needs an editor, bottom line. It's impossible to catch it all yourself. And I think if you're trying to catch it all yourself, you need such a long amount of time between when you wrote something and when you're going to go edit it, basically so your brain doesn't remember writing it. That's several months of waiting so that you have a fresh set of your own eyes to look at what you've written, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh, I love this lady so far. She is so correct. So I usually tell my students they should put aside their writing for about 1 to 2 days. Because I know that students are going to ignore me and procrastinate, that almost never happens. But I always tell them you need to set your writing aside and then come back to it after. And so for someone who wants to churn out a book, they don't have the time to set aside a book. You see, the mental investment and work you've done to write that book sticks with you even longer than writing a 2,000-word essay. So you need to let it sit longer. It took me about, I would say, a year for me to finally start seeing major issues and distortions in time, because distortions in time represented such a breakthrough for me as a writer. So it took me a while to see where the problems were, even though anyone could go in and be like, oh my gosh, this isn't edited. It took me a while to see it, because even though I could see where the spelling mistakes were, or where like basic proofreading problems were, the overall shape of it didn't feel wrong to me or anything like that because it represented such a writing breakthrough for me. It took me a while to be able to see it with the correct lens. So she is absolutely 110% correct. You can gain objectivity on your writing, but it's extremely hard to achieve. For me, if you are struggling with writing, what you really want to do is read out loud what you wrote. So I generally, when I finish writing half of the book or the whole book, I would sit down and I would read large amounts of it out loud. Reading out loud helps so much for me anyway. So reading out loud, reading backwards, getting some people to come in and read it, all of this can help you avoid massive issues. If you can't afford an editor, I would recommend very specific techniques. And one of those steps that you would have to take would be to put your book aside for at least 1 month to 6 months, depending on how you feel about the book. The better you feel about the book, the more months you got to set it aside before you can edit it yourself, because you're going to be way too biased, way too positive. This is so true. Oh my gosh. This is like a love song to my writer heart right here.
Definitely. Oh, that's funny. So that third response commented again, I'm going to leave in that typo of a second impossible instead of a 2, just to drive home my point. A fourth person responded, I see it this way. I'm putting out a product. If people purchase and aren't satisfied, they won't buy my next book, nor will they read my backlist. If authors want to put out substandard work, readers will stop buying them. And Blue responds, exactly. And that's what I've been trying to tell people with this mindset, is that if they want any shot at a lasting career, they cannot churn out unedited rubbish and expect readers to keep giving them chances, because readers have too many other options of where to spend their money in a saturated market. I'm trying to help, but then I get accused of bullying and stifling their creativity. One person even said, publish now, edit later. WTF? This is bizarro world. I can't tell you the number of books I've downloaded on Kindle Unlimited, read 5 pages, and then returned them because it was clear no one but the author had looked at it, probably ever. Another person started a thread where they said, an imperfect book is better.
Oh my goodness. So did you see what was happening here earlier? I was accused of bullying and stifling their creativity. One person even said, publish now, edit later. Where else have we seen this? Where else have we seen this? Does anyone else recognize this? I will say, we're being really tough on writers, right? We're being really tough on writers here. We should be dragging some of the attitudes that are pervading video game development right now. Yeah, sounds like the gaming industry. Yeah. Publish now, edit later. Todd Howard, probably. Yeah, exactly. So this is a problem. This is not appropriate. We need to drag these people, and we need to drag them hard because they are fraud. This is fraud. They are fraudsters. They're fraudsters. This is fraud. You are literally defrauding people of your money, and you're expecting people to come back. Now, I think her take on Shadow and Bone is unfortunate. I'm not trying to stand for the person who wrote Shadow and Bone, but I do think authors improve over time. That's part 1. Part 2, sometimes it's you. There are times where I've had people who struggled to get through a book that I know to be good. It's their incompetence as a reader, right? It's kind of like people not being able to play Elden Ring. Is that Elden Ring's problem? No, it's that they're the wrong audience, or they simply haven't grown their taste to appreciate what Elden Ring gives. Same thing with other games, right? I'm sure all of you can think of solid games that 100% are solid games. They represent industry standards. Just because someone doesn't like it doesn't mean the game failed necessarily. It sometimes means that the people who are engaging with it are not the right audience, or they've simply not matured enough to get it. And they will with time. And that's one of the reasons why, although sometimes I will start something and I won't like it, sometimes if I give myself some time and I come back and try it again, I will have grown as a person. I personally have experienced that myself. I ran into severe issues with Neuromancer, but I understood Neuromancer to be good. And so I gave myself time. It took me about 8 to 10 years, and I tried it again, and I got it. So sometimes it's not the book, it's you. That's why I disagree with the statement, the customer is always right. That's like a no. The customer isn't always right. Unfortunately, the customer is not. Sometimes the customer is messed up or mentally unhealthy or uneducated or, low IQ, etc., etc. The customer might know what they want, maybe. They rarely know what they need. So, yeah. But it's a niche game within a niche game. Yeah. Walked away. Then my dad said to earn my family name and head back in. Childhood for the win. Todd, Philly, Liger, Howard. Okay, let's keep going.
Had looked at it probably ever. Another person started a thread where they said, an imperfect book is better than no book. In terms of the book existing or not, yes. In terms of publishing for sale, no. You get one shot to make an impression on readers who are strangers. One. If you don't do the bare minimum of self-editing, betas, revisions, and proofreading, even by barter, your book will make a bad impression, and that's not a good platform to build a career on. Look at what's happening to Audra Winter, and she did spend money / hire an editor that she then admitted she didn't really listen to. I personally blame influencer, MLM, and side hustle culture for this. No one can simply enjoy sharing their creativity. Everything needs to be monetized. I'd love to make my writing a career, earning enough to live off, but I mostly want my stories out there. Before I worked full-time, I shared my stories on AO3, Fiction Press, and Wattpad. And sadly, this kind of it's too expensive so I'll skip it thinking is predominantly why indie publishing is seen as inferior quality. Blue response.
Yeah, that's another thing as well, is I remember my mom one time saying that you don't want your hobby to become your employment. And I do think usually my mom is correct. So for me, that's why I want to move into finance. I will be starting in a few weeks at at a community college. Get that basic finance paper, go into finance, get a really straightforward job that I can cut off at a certain point of time, and then I can write and stream and make YouTube videos and give actual educational instruction, which I am qualified to do, for for reading, literature, and stuff like that. Go get that schooling, girl. Yeah. and I want to do it because I'm fighting for my social life. I'm fighting for my creativity, right? I can't do this teaching at night anymore shtick. And I want to be able to afford to pay my friend for editing. And so this is very crucial that I recognize my writing may never make it big. People may never like what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do it because it's healthy for me to create, and I don't need to monetize it. Although I probably, of course, will charge, a certain sum, hoping to at least cover the cost for the front, the artwork. unless I do my own artwork one day, maybe be able to do my own artwork. But yeah. Let's keep going.
With the 100 emoji And then this person responded, I mean, I totally understand why writers feel the inclination to publish their work for profit, especially in this economy. It feels like we can't really take the time to work for free, even if it's our passion. But that being said, it's kind of hypocritical to expect readers to spend their money that they worked hard to earn when you aren't, especially when you're competing with other writers. And no, not everyone has endless funds. They just prioritize and research. Like my example with Kindle Unlimited, there are so many books. There are so many books there. You will never run out. So Red went ahead and made their own post as well. I wasn't going to weigh in, told myself not to. I'm going to weigh in. This editing conversation is ableist. Specifically, everyone saying you should wait to release your book entirely until you can afford a professional editor. Not everyone can afford an editor. People should be able to do what they love, even if they don't have the money to reach your standards. Read established indie authors or TradPub if you want perfect editing. A lot of us are poor and just want to tell good stories. And I will say, at least for Blue, I did not find any comments where Blue specifically said you need to hire a professional editor, just that you needed basic editing done by somebody else that isn't you. So Blue responded, no one ever said you can't do what you love or tell good stories. You don't need anyone's permission to write. But when you start asking people to pay money for your product, you're running a business at this point and you need to hold yourself to a higher standard. And that includes offering them an edited, professionally produced, typo-free book. No exceptions, this isn't complicated. Especially if you aren't offering your book on something like Kindle Unlimited. Again, that's the reason I'm able to try so many different books and different authors. But if they weren't on Kindle Unlimited, I'm not throwing away $10 on your ebook that I can't even read a sample for most of the time. Blue continues, you don't need the most expensive name brand editor in the world, but you do need editing. Red responds, editing is expensive at any standard if you have nothing. Mistakes happen. I found typos in tried published works. People pay money for all types of imperfect things. Maybe this is your sign to take pride in the level of care that you give your work. It sounds commendable. Or that it will be okay and people will understand when you inevitably make a mistake. This page is not a safe space for you to shit on those who can't afford your standards and never will be. Interesting take. This kind of reminds me of when I was applying to work for the JET program when I graduated college. It's a program that puts native English speakers into public schools in Japan to expose them to native English and foreigners. Japan is like 98% homogenous, basically. I was an English major. I reviewed my essay. I had my best friend, who was also an English major, review my essay. I had my mom, she was an elementary school teacher and a reading specialist for around 25 years. And I had my older sister. She doesn't really have a reading, writing background, but she does have a master's in psychology. Obviously, there was no way I was going to pay a professional editor for my job application, but I'm just saying you can use what you have. Meanwhile, my husband also applied to JET. He unfortunately didn't get in, and I found out years later when we started dating that he didn't have anyone proofread his essay. So he just wrote his essay and then submitted it. Consequently, was not accepted to a program with, at the time, it was like a 15% acceptance rate. Another response said, I say this with much love. Indeed.
I don't know if anybody knows the JET program. It's a thing in Canada for sure. Maybe it's in America as well. JET program is where you go to Japan and teach. And it's usually for young people. So like Chieko can't really use the JET program. But she is absolutely 110% correct in this area. There are things in life that you want to get an editor for. Hello. And if you're charging people, like I said, significant amounts of money for a digital book, sorry, excuse me, everybody, then you really have to essentially shell out, right? Why should they shell out for your shit? You couldn't shell out for your own shit either. So I do think getting someone to weigh in, whether it's for free or as a favor, or you pay like a little bit at a time, however you are going to do it, you got to make it work. Ableist, poor people are all disabled by definition. Yeah, apparently. I agree with Foxy Duck. Foxy Duck said apparently. If you're selling the book, you're cheating the reader. If the book is loaded with errors, you're wasting their hard-earned money. It's literally a fraud. It's scam, right? It is literally scammy. I really hate the soft language. If you're expecting to make a living off your work, you should be putting in a certain amount of capital to support it. Look. Who here has gone, excuse me, who here has gone to a fast food place and been served absolute crap, and you take your stuff back up to the front and say, this was made improperly, please make it again? Has anyone here ever went to some sort of a coffee shop of some kind and you ordered the coffee, and let's say you're lactose intolerant and you asked for oat milk or a lactose-free milk, and they didn't put in the right milk? Do you not have a right to go back up and ask them to remake your drink again? Right? Let's say you go in for surgery, and someone's doing surgery on your body somewhere. Herman getting his gallbladder taken out, and someone fucks up inside of his body and cuts his pancreas. Do you think that that's okay? That you just take it and go, well, they had a bad day. It's like, what are we talking about here? I use short stories to test specifically narrative mechanics I want to test my grasp over. While it's not proofreading a novel, it proofreads the concepts used for the novel. So for me, Epic, I did a lot of one-shots or short novella type stories as a fanfiction writer, and I practiced certain narrative techniques, and then I applied it to my own writing, and it worked out really well. So I personally think you should do a lot of one-shots, studies, just like art, just like music. Writing is an art and a skill. So just like art, just like studying music, you have to do studies and modeling and one-shots and short pieces before you get into the big time. I'll be an absolute stickler about my food. Yes. And even, like I said, if you're a poor person, Wooly, to you, maybe fast food is, it is what it is. But a poor person like me, if we go to a fast food place, even if it's a shitty fast food place, if it's not what I ordered, I'm going up and asking so that I can get what I ordered because I paid for it. It doesn't matter if the people there are like, well, this is a Wendy's, right? You can still request that you get your shitty, inedible food. I'm not suggesting that the food that you get is going to be good or quality, but it should have a minimum standard of, you promise to give me this if I give you money, and I have not gotten this. And proofreading and basic editing is just the most basic thing that you can do. Like, if you can't get a proofreader, like What Fury Brings, a party tried to read it again, absolute fail. There was a phrase that we tried to think over for like 20 minutes. We wasted 20 minutes of our lives trying to figure it out. And it was so bad. It was so bad. We were laughing so hard because it was so bad. And we were like, what is this even? I wonder if book readers are becoming like us older gamers. Since you expect most books to be terrible, you only buy after trusted reviewers publish and on sale. Yes. Willie, I do think that's why Book Talk and BookTube has such a massive following. I do agree, Willie. But I would say that, Willie, there's a way for readers to join programs like Kindle Unlimited, where you can try a book and then let it go if you don't like it. So there's a way for you to sort of like get a handle on what, like, there's a return policy, much like on Steam, where you have like your 2-hour playthrough, etc. The receipt is the record of the transaction. If you did not get what you pay for as listed on the receipt, you are entitled for the right product. Exactly. So, for example, When I go in and order a burger, I want no mayonnaise and no pickles and no mustard. I hate those 3 things. Get them off my burger. If I go in and I order it on my burger, let's say it's McDonald's or Wendy's, and there's mayonnaise, mustard, or pickles, I'm going back to the counter and asking for them to remake the burger. Okay? Now, if it's pickles, I can just take the pickles off. Not a big deal. Although I can taste the flavor and it drives me nuts. But like, it took me years, by the way, years of mental growth to be able to go up and ask for people to fix my stuff. But desperation and, you know, wanting to get my money's worth that I worked so hard to have in my life, that caused me to be more outspoken about my purchases. And I don't care if it's a shitty McDonald's burger, don't put mustard on it. And I asked for no mustard, and you put mustard on it. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not going into a McDonald's and expecting a local gourmet burger. I'm expecting what I paid for. And I think a lot of these people are not suggesting that these writers get massive get massive editors to elevate them to, Malazan heights. We're not talking about that. We're talking about keeping it competent, removing typos, basic facts. Ew, Ben eats mustard. That's it. We're unfriending. Anyway, let's keep going.
The authors hire an editor. But I have an MFA. Great, love that. Hire an editor. But I had beta readers. Top-notch decision. Hire an editor. But I'm an English teacher. Fabulous. Hire an editor. The truth is, everyone needs an editor. An editor will elevate your book. This is not just about your book. Your decision and the resulting quality of your book impacts the confidence readers have in indie authors. Hire an editor. I will say I felt like this comment was a little too strict. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a friend that you know is really good in the language you're writing. That's my caveat. That sounds mean, but clearly that isn't their strength. They probably have a ton of other strengths, and if I needed help in those categories, I would ask them for help. But in terms of English writing, I would find somebody else. I definitely think people who...
Let's say you're someone who's super poor, you're an English teacher, you have a good command of the English language, you want to write a book and put it out on Amazon. I think if you charged people like $5 or $3 for a digital copy and you didn't have an editor, that's fine. I honestly don't think it's going to be the be all end all. I really don't care. I've seen way worse. But the thing is that just because you're an English teacher or have a master's degree or you even have a beta reader, I do think you still want someone to read through your line work and check stuff. And they need to know what they're talking about as well. That's one of the reasons why I told my students that peer work is helpful, but cannot always help you. So recently I asked one of my students, why is peer work helpful but not always great? And the student responded, because sometimes your classmates aren't better students than you are, so they'll tell you something wrong. And I was like, exactly, kid. If it's got ketchup, it's got mustard, only if you're a sociopath. Mayonnaise is an abomination, and the sludge used by fast food joints is simply poison. I struggle with mayo. I'm going to be honest. I struggle with mayo. We'll just leave Ben to his sociopathy.
Who do those first few things probably have a step up over people who don't. It's possible they've done all those things and they're still not great at writing. Green responded, and what if I can't afford it? I'm working with a bare bones budget. Am I supposed to delay releasing my work because I can't afford one? I will note that going to Green's profile, they are basically running a fundraiser trying to raise up money to publish their first book. OP responded, yes, releasing a poor version of your book is a really bad idea. I understand and sympathize, but you aren't going to get the results you want if you don't get an editor. Save up and put out the best book you can. Doesn't your book deserve that? And Green answers, my book absolutely deserves the best treatment. However, in this economy, not everyone has the luxury of just saving up. Editors are expensive, on top of every other cost that indies have to cover themselves. And I have seen a number of people have immense success without editors. I truly think it can be done.
Okay. All right. First off, Green maybe should go to the Caleb Hammer show. But I do agree. Okay. I completely sympathize with Green. I was in Green's category. 110% sympathize with Green here. I am not hating on Green because I have been in this place. I'm still kind of in this place. But here's the thing. They say here, I've seen a number of people have immense success without editors. And I will say, there is probably exceptions to the rule. All right. There are probably exceptions to the rule, but my guess is that their output is slower because they still have to set their manuscript aside for a time period to go through their own draft. As I said before, it is possible to edit your own work. There are techniques to help you edit your own work. It's just highly improbable that this will work for 90% of writers out there. I truly think that most people can't achieve this, and there will always be something that's gone wrong. Now, full disclosure, when I have published for myself, I did so without a proper professional editor. I did have a friend looking over stuff. But it takes a very specific skill set and time frame for you to achieve this. I personally think that a lot of people look at the exceptions and think, oh, I'm the exception. And the hard fact is most of us are not the exception. Most of us do need to have the editor. Does that mean the exception doesn't exist? No. And we should give kudos to those exceptions who have made it work for them. So I agree with Green. Green is doing what I love to do, which is to make a point that it can happen, but the problem is that for a huge portion of people, this simply is not the case. Can it happen? Yes. Should we tell the people who are making it work that they are bad people and they suck and they should just give up writing? No. If there are people who have successfully put out polished product without the help of an editor, we should give them props. Good for them. But I'm not into shaming people publicly in a mob because somebody is not, filling in my neat generalization that I'm making about everybody else. But if we go with a generalized understanding of a situation like this, we all know that we all need editors. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going.
I'd be curious to see who they're talking about. So back on Green's original post, someone responded saying, I haven't seen anyone saying that. What I have seen is people saying, do your best with the resources you have. If you can't spend on a professional editor, get as many sets of eyes on your writing as you can, get it as clean as you can before you publish. Indies are publishing all the time for fairly minimal outlays. Green responded, I need to follow those people because do your best with what you have is far better than what I've been seeing. Yellow responded, I saw someone recently post a breakdown of their total publishing costs, but I can't remember who. I'll link it if I can find it. Yes, ideally, you'd get professional services at least on one stage, whether it's dev edits or line copy edits, or a proofread before publishing. But you may know people with those skills who can help, or do skill swaps with other writers. Work with what you can. I full-heartedly agree with this. There are a lot of opinions surrounding whether or not you should get an editor for your indie publication, but I think the root of this all is people's confusion on what counts as editing. Technically, there are more types of editing than these three, but these are the three major types of editing. First up, we have proofreading and copy editing. While some people consider them a little different, I think largely they do the same things. They are looking for typos and grammatical errors if you use an article wrong or misconjugated a verb or something, if the tense is changing, things like that. Using English as an example, they're going to be using the correct style of English that you want or that you're using. Obviously, British English is going to follow a different style than American English, Canadian English, Australian English. They have different styles. They really.
Okay, so for proofreading, copy editing, I genuinely believe that if you give yourself a little bit of space and use a really good piece of software, you can catch most of this on your own, actually. Okay? Like, if you read your stuff backwards, slowly and carefully, most of it you can get on your own. This part right here, where she's talking about verb conjugation, you could technically pass that a little bit over into the line editor and get them to double check that, like hire the line editor and say, and by the way, if you see any like verb tense issues or, you know, subject verb issues, let me know. I'll pay you a bit extra on the side. But generally speaking, like proofreading, most software like Pro Writing Aid, Grammarly, even Google Docs has the most baseline of proofreading abilities. This is where I think AI is helpful. Yes, I just said that because let's be real, most spell checkers are actually AI algorithms working behind the scenes. So that like asking for help from machine learning, right? From a spell checker, I think is fine. But you still have to reread your draft over at least once out loud, or get someone to read it through for you with an eye for detail.
Really aren't reading for content. You are in there with a magnifying glass. You can see this example here from writershelpingwriters.net. So you can already see the example lines. Capitalization's wrong, spelling's wrong. Okay,
I'm just going to, guys, I'm going to be a petty bitch, okay? If your first draft looks like this, stop trying to get published. Sorry, not sorry. Okay? If that is what your first draft looks like, you're fucked. You probably need to don't even think about getting published. Probably what you need to do is just work on your writing and your grammar and your punctuation. You need to be able to put out something that is relatively error-free and not going to cause people to want to, you know, die. So here's a sample of something that I wrote recently, because I'm writing a book, as some of you will know. This here is the first draft. I only did, I did not use a spell checker. I did not use a grammar checker. This is baseline writing, what my baseline writing looks like. No editing, no feedback on it. This is what it looks like. If you are at this stage with your writing, I think you should probably just write for free and improve your writing, period. And just to make it more clear, I'll go down here. Where's some? Yeah, here. This is my dialogue. So do you see here that's difference? Spelling, simple spelling errors, can't even figure out where to put your quotation marks, capitalization issues, can't be bothered to put a comma in. Okay. This here, no editing, just typing. I'm not flexing here, by the way, guys. This should not, if you think I'm flexing, I just want to correct you here. I'm not flexing. I'm saying this should be standard. The problem that you should be having is your concepts or your description or the organization of your details. If you are struggling at this stage, I would not even think about getting published at that stage. I'm not flexing. I'm curious about this boob job madness. Yeah. You have to read your own work without meta expectations that cover your mistakes. For example, you read over an error because you know what that sentence is. Exactly. You are correct, Epic. You have to basically get someone else's eye. If you buy your mayo off the shelf, you're willingly ingesting emulsified. Okay, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading it, Wooly. I refuse. I'm sorry. Christopher Paolini is the author who did his own editing. He wrote the Aragon series. The movie ruined everything, but the books are gold. That's fair. My phone tries to proofread my comments. Silence clinger. She's flexing. No. What I'm trying to suggest is like your baseline should not be this. I'm sorry. If your baseline is this, God help your editor. Yeah, they need to get paid even more. No. That's scary. That scares me. That's like 12-year-old on fanfiction.net in the early 2000s. You know what I'm saying? If you know, you know. Like I've seen fanfiction written better than this. This is lower than fanfiction level. This if this was put in fanfiction, any kind of fanfiction site, it would get trashed.
Wrong. Punctuation's wrong. So that's all they fixed. They've added commas, they've corrected the capitals, they've moved the punctuation to the right spot, and that's it. They've just zeroed in on punctuation, capitalization, and spelling. Line editing typically happens before copy editing. So they're more concerned with the content and the writing itself. So they might suggest you use different words if maybe you used one that has a connotation that doesn't fit with what you're talking about. They will point out when you are using the same words over and over, when you're being redundant with information or sentence structure. They might point out if there's problems with your logic or the consistency in the story. And personally, I think this is the most important. I see this a lot when I read books and they'll say something that sounds good, but when you think about it, doesn't actually make any sense.
Okay. I agree with her 1,000%. The editing that I almost always ask for is line editing. Line editing is where I trip up. So I just told everybody that this kind of writing here is absolute trash fire writing, right? Like this is like a grade 3 kid trying to figure out writing. Most of us have gone beyond this, I should hope. Most of us have gone beyond this. So in terms of writing, right? If you're sitting down to write a draft. So when we pull up something like what I was writing, it's that on face value, it looks good on the page. That does not mean that it's actually good line by line. There are things that could be changed. There are things that could be cut out. There are words that are being repeated. Like she said, logical and continuity errors, potential plot holes, these kinds of things. These are massive issues that I personally find in my own writing. But it takes me a long time to see them. So I need help, right? And that's why when I ask people for feedback on something, I'm I'm not joking, right? Because I recognize, like, line editing, oh my gosh, it makes you question everything, right?
For example, I read a book recently where it said, she picked up the neck of the green beer bottle. Obviously, that sentence is suggesting to you the beer bottle's broken. The neck is separate from the beer bottle because she's picking up the neck. Why would they say the neck if they mean the entire bottle? So that sentence should have said, she picked up the green beer bottle by its neck, because in the scene the beer bottle was whole, it was not broken, she was going to fill it up. Again, brings up, why are you refilling beer bottles? But that is probably a note that the line editor would put into the document. So if we look at Jenny's example for line editing, and she has put in a few comments. She says, consider using attributions in these lines so the reader can follow more clearly who's talking. Basically, she means there are no dialogue tags. It might confuse readers. Obviously, this example is only 2 lines, but if it were on a page with lots of unlabeled dialogue, your reader's going to be confused on who's actually talking, right? Another of Jenny's notes says, suggest changing to dinner, since in paragraph above, you say it's 6 p.m., right? Logically, that doesn't make sense. So the result, we have, hey Jill, Dave said, do you want to grab dinner? Sorry, I'm busy. She added a dialogue tag and she adapted the question to be more correct in terms of the entire context of the scene. Next is developmental editing. So this is the type of editing that would happen even before line editing. This is what's going to happen after you've written your story, and the developmental editor is going to be able to read your book and look at it big picture. What is the heart of the storyline? Do all these events make sense happening like this? If there's some sort of mystery, are the clues actually given to the reader? So they're looking for plot holes. They will give you suggestions on maybe the timing of events. They're going to read the full manuscript and then make comments. So looking at Jenny's example for developmental editing, where she makes a few comments, right? Who is Dave to Jill? We have no idea. Since this is a romantic comedy and this is the moment our main characters first speak to each other, you're missing an opportunity to let the reader into the moment. Because when we just have Dave said, I'm assuming from Jenny's comment that in the preceding paragraphs, there was no mention of Dave. So Dave is just appearing. We don't know who he is. This is the opportunity to give him a good introduction. She makes another comment for Jill's response. She just says, sorry, I'm busy. But it's like, why is Jill reacting this way? How is she actually reacting? So Jenny's comment says, it would add enormously to the impact of this scene if we had a sense of Jill's state of mind. What does she think of this invitation? How does she react? Without this element, the scene doesn't add to the story. Remember that we always want to know a character's response, and that when we see a response that is unexpected or different from what the character's body language is conveying, that lets us see inside the character's head, which is where we want to be. So taking Jenny's comments into account, we have the result. When Jill came out of the locker room, Dave was standing alone on the pool deck. Although he'd joined the team 2 weeks before, he'd never spoken a word to her. She wasn't even sure he knew her name. Hey Jill, he said. I was going to head over to Hamburger Habit. Do you want to grab dinner? Jill had to stop herself from laughing with joy. Sorry, she mumbled. I'm busy. Jenny's examples go on further to talk about using a book coach, which is basically a developmental editor, project manager. A developmental editor typically just does 1 round of these edits. They give their recommendations, you can take them or leave them. A book coach would be coming back to see how you've implemented their suggestions. So we can see when the book coach comes back, she makes several comments. Much better. When you continue to work on this scene, you might take this concept. The guy arrives on the team, catches her eye, but doesn't speak to her, and let us see that unfolding over time so that when this moment does happen, we feel how important it is to Jill. We know what the stakes are. So she's suggesting that throughout the previous chapter or chapters, little hints about Jill being interested in Dave are dropped to the reader, instead of just having Dave appear out of nowhere and then Jill acknowledging, oh, he's never spoken to me before. She continues, it's a little unclear why she's laughing. Clarify? And then her next comment, great, we get the sense that there's more to this moment than meets the eye. It would be awesome if we could be let into what's going on. As it is, we feel a little left out. I know it may be hard for you to dig into this moment since it was inspired by real life, but see if you can describe what this moment was really like for Jill, the push and pull of it. Maybe this is something you can think about while you're at the lake house this weekend and then work on the revision when you turn it into me next week. Obviously, that comment is written from the perspective of someone in regular communication with the author during the editing process. And Ginny does go on to provide an example of a second round of revisions. So if you are having your developmental editor do multiple edits with you, or if you do have a book coach, for example, they would continue providing you with input. So we can see in this text, this author has edited what she wrote previously. When Jill came out of the locker room, Alicia was gone and Dave was standing alone on the pool deck. The plan had been to give Alicia a chance to ask him to dinner, and Jill assumed the scheme had worked. She felt suddenly nervous, as if she was betraying her friend just by standing there. Besides, Dave had never spoken a word to her, and she wasn't even sure he knew her name. "Hey, Jill," he said. "I was going to head over to Hamburger Habit. Do you want to grab dinner?" Jill had to stop herself from laughing at the irony of it. She would have loved to go to dinner with the tall, dark-haired newcomer, but she would never do that to Alicia. "Sorry," she mumbled. "I'm busy." So it's like, finally, we came full circle with this developmental editing. We have more context for the scene. We have a lot more interiority from Jill herself, explaining her reactions and giving a much broader picture of the world in general. So, we have all these different types of editing. And I will say, hopefully your book doesn't look quite like the example before she got to the developmental editing, because that read really as like a skeleton. It felt like a zero draft, like you're just spitting out dialogue you want to have, but nothing else. In the case of a book coach, I could imagine that being acceptable, but editing Taylor here. So I don't think I really expressed the opinion I wanted to the first time I filmed. So personally, I think developmental editing is probably the most important. It is really hard to find someone who will ask you the hard questions, especially among friends and family. For example, I read an arc where crazy stuff was happening, crazy stuff that just took me completely out of the world, especially because this was in a contemporary setting. And it was like stuff that's illegal. And nobody's reacting. Nobody thinks it's weird. The POV character doesn't think it's weird. Like, in real life, someone would have said something, or the POV character would have noticed nobody said anything, if that makes sense. So it's like, yeah, that book really needed a developmental editor to point out, like, hey, these things don't logically make sense. And what got me about this arc was that the editor is the spouse of the author. So it was just really apparent that they didn't want to hurt their spouse's feelings, which I don't blame them. Most people don't want to hurt your feelings if they care about you. I definitely think in every genre there's a type of book that is really cookie cutter, and if that's what you're aiming for, an easy read that has mass appeal, that isn't super deeply complicated, like, sure, you probably don't need a developmental editor. But if you are going for something that has a lot of moving parts, you probably should hire somebody who will look at your story with a critical eye and give you the truth, versus line editing. Especially so.
Okay, so I'm just going to stop there. I'm sorry, guys. I was just enthralled by her explanations. So Herman recently, or just earlier this evening, Herman stated that a good beta reader can replace a developmental editor. And I have to agree with him. I agree with him 100%. If your beta reader is well educated and understands the audience and understands the genre, I think a solid beta reader can give you the same feedback that a developmental editor can give you. There are some beta readers who will just be like, oh, this is my favorite part or whatever. But if you guide your beta readers, particularly the ones that are really, how can I say this? Critical. They have a good critical eye, and you guide them with specific questions or things to look out for, then they could maybe give you feedback that would help you with development. So, yeah, that happened to me recently. That's all I'm going to say about that. But it did happen to me recently where I reached out to a couple people, and thankfully a couple people responded back, and they gave me very, very specific feedback that I was looking for. And this is super, super, super important that you do get that kind of feedback. But sometimes you can't afford to get a line editor and a developmental editor. So my suggestion is, if you're really strapped for cash, pay for the line editor or get a friend to help you line edit, and then get some other friends or other people online to do very specific beta reading. And I think you can get away without the developmental. But yeah. Heavy breathing. I'm loading a gun. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So establish that promise is you're going to see Jill and Dave get together, but you need to do things to reassure the audience you're fulfilling on the promise of seeing the relationship develop. And while you're working on the ways to show the promise being developed with progress points, you work on when to let the payoff hit. And it's not just that, Epic. You have to make sure that in the process of fulfilling that promise, you hit specific genre and audience markers, things that they want to see when they are coming into the book, especially if you're writing for profit. If you're writing for art, I think you can fuck around to a certain degree. If you're writing for yourself or you're writing for aesthetic purposes, I think you can deny expectations to a degree. But if you are writing for an audience, you need to make sure that certain things are included as you're fulfilling your promise to them narratively. Hey, Jungle Warfare. Hey. Hope everything is going well. Hey, Shay. Welcome in. If you or anyone in your Discord cares about me, then if I share a story that sucks, say it sucks. We will do our best, Epic, to tell you that it sucks if it sucks. Now, I'll give you a toxic positive response. So when you actually sell it, you crash and burn harder. Oh, yeah. Because obligate lack of bias, maybe? Never mind, obviously. Yeah. So, Shay, like, I personally think that Herman is onto something. I do think a beta reader could, to a degree, replace the development editor. It's just that a lot of beta readers are not given necessarily a path to respond to the content. So they're just going to be like, I loved this, or I had fun. But I'm sure that the writers in this chat would agree that while it's awesome to hear from people that, yes, I had lots of fun, if you don't want to scam people of their money, I do think you should be ensuring that like I said, the basics are covered. No piece of art is going to be perfect, but you should be doing your best to hit within that competency scale that we talked about. Genre story beats are very essential. That's why I find the earlier topic of trigger warnings so confusing. If it's the genre, one of those aren't triggers, but reads. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying is, like, if you pick up a horror book, don't be surprised if there's going to be a scene in there that's designed to scare you. If you pick up a dark romance book, don't be surprised if somebody's going to get raped or almost raped, or, like, what are we doing here? How to alpha or beta read? Well, Shay, for me, what I did is I sent a specific list to certain people, and I asked for their feedback. So as a writer, I have like a specific stuff that I'm looking for, And I'm pretty sure if you Google this, yeah, see, take a look at this. Beta reader questionnaire. One of the first things I noticed with my first round of beta readers was that I wasn't getting the specific feedback that I was looking for from some of them. The problem was I hadn't given them enough direction, giving them the questions I wanted answered. So, what were the first pages and first page compelling? Did they make you want to keep reading? If not, what was the problem? Did you get oriented fairly quickly at the beginning as to whose story it is, what's going on, and where and when it's taking place? Do you see? You see all of that? Look, they're even asking, did you notice any obvious repeating, grammatical, spelling, punctuation, or capitalization errors? You can give questionnaires to your beta readers. More recently, I sent out a tiny little questionnaire. I don't know who. Oh, here's an example. This is the feedback that I was looking for. I'm looking for feedback on pacing. Does it feel slow or fast? Balance, too much dialogue or exposition. Voice, does the narrator sound close to an ex-military wolfman? Interest, is it interesting or fun? Boring or draggy? Vagueness or rambling? Are any details unnecessary and could be cut out? So I don't want to do editing on a book I'm not done, obviously. But what I did want to do is set the tone for the first chapter. So, yeah. So I am looking for feedback on my first chapter before I commence writing more of the book. So if anyone's free to reading chapter 1 of my book, I am always looking for critical feedback. My friend who did taxidermy, even though I wasn't experienced myself, my untrained eye could still help point out stuff that seemed odd, and she valued that feedback. See? Yes! Foxy. Don't trust me, I failed English. That's okay, Foxy. That's a-okay. But this is what I'm talking about. This is what I sent. I didn't send a massive questionnaire for chapter 1. Why? Because I'm asking people for free, right? I don't want to be like, hey, person, here are like 20 questions. I just wanted to kind of like ask for a little bit of help. I didn't want to like, I recognize people in my Discord are busy people with their own lives. They shouldn't have to sit around and read my shit. You know what I mean? So I'm just looking for this basic feedback and just a sense of the feeling, right? The line editing is going to be handled by my bestie. So, yeah. Anyway, I have to say, so far, this girl is really solid. And I'm going to be honest. Look at this right here. Oh my gosh, so based. I definitely think line editing makes the biggest difference when trying to convince readers to even start your book in the first place. Because personally, if I'm immediately met by poorly worded sentences and typos, I am DNFing versus giving a weak plot a chance to develop. You see, a book can take you anywhere, and judging a book by the first 2 chapters is, I think, a mistake. You should know within the first few chapters, though, whether the technical writing is good. And if the technical writing is good, then you can be like, okay, I'm going to hang in there. I'm going to see. I'm going to give it a chance. Right? Then you can talk about the book as a whole, whether it succeeds or fails. But generally, if the technical level of writing is absolute ass, there's no It doesn't matter if the idea is good. It doesn't fucking matter. So, yeah. I will make for your work. With having people look at your stuff and you know they're filthy commenters, you have to take their feedback with a grain of salt. Sure, I agree, Foxy. That's why she said, right, that there's two things, right? Don't just give your stuff for editing to anybody, right? For beta reading, you want to choose people with a critical eye, okay? You want to choose people with a critical eye. I guess the huge issue with the whole beta reading is that a lot of people who have a critical eye, like Shay, Wooly, Epic, there's some of you in here, I'm sure I'm missing, Leo, you guys have critical eyes, right? You can sense and understand even why something has gone wrong. Or you can at least point out where you think it's gone wrong. But the problem with some people is when they give, let's say, a chapter or a book to a beta reader, they don't tell the beta readers what they're looking for. So the beta readers just give a phoned in, I had fun with this, right? I just had fun with this. This is great. And that's not what you need. What you really want from your beta reader is, this doesn't make sense. Why is this happening? That kind of thing. And so, Foxy, I don't think it's wrong to, let's say I gave you my novel, right, before I published it, Foxy. I said, Foxy, can you read it for me? Let's say I gave it to not Foxy, the real Australian, but the fake Australian. Muffin Man. Okay, let's say I gave Muffin Man a book to read. Okay, Foxy and Muffin Man. If I gave you the novel, I'm not giving you the novel to tell me how to write better. I'm giving you the novel as a test audience, much like you would ship people in to watch a movie to test drive the movie out, right? That's a completely different type of scenario. If I'm giving my novel to certain people, I'm simply test driving the enjoyability factor. Is it hitting with the audience that I want it to hit? And that is useful as well, but it's not the same use as if I gave it to someone like Epic or Shay or Wooly or Leo or somebody else. Smart. I know read good. Yeah, you know read good. Definitely. No, Foxy. Muffin Man, Ben, he heard himself talking one time and he realized he sounds more like an Aussie than a Kiwi. Oh, so it's now like a joke. But anyway, long and short of it is, I don't think it's wrong to send out your copy to some randos who just want to have fun, and they're going to tell you if they had fun or not. That's valuable, but that is not going to tell you whether you actually have quality or not. Because in my opinion, your average consumer is not educated and does not have developed taste. So this is why I'm saying social proof is not stupid. It's just not helpful to determine whether something has artistic or quality value. Social proof just tells us whether something's enjoyable or not. And for some people, that's enough. For me, it's not. So for me, I think that enjoyability is highly subjective. And there are tons of things that are not great, that hit a zeitgeist, and they're just enjoyable, and they're competent. It doesn't mean they're bad, but it doesn't mean that they're the gold standard. And that's where I think people need to calm down and stop being defensive about what they're enjoying. They're just having fun. Calm down. Not everything has to be high art and elevated, for the love of God. But if we want to talk about standards in order to discuss consumer protection, in order to discuss self-discipline, in order to discuss personal challenge, then yes, we should have a subjective, objective discussion. We need to have that objective feedback that will help us and push us further. So yeah. To be fair, both accents strain to each other. Yeah, like even if I'm not sure what the problem is, I'll be like, I liked it, but here are points I felt something was off. Exactly. Can I give the answer? No, but I can at least give some hints that something is amiss. Yeah, yeah. And that's why I'm saying, Foxy, there's nothing wrong with seeking out general audience feedback. It's just don't compare it to a developmental editor. The panic you would give me and the amount of how-to I would have to do on top of your questions. My crit eye is innate but untrained. I don't get asked for real crit, but once in a blue moon. Most people don't really want it. Yeah, most people don't. I will say, Shay, most people don't. And so in this video, there are people, I know, crazy. There are people who, like, think getting an editor is unimportant. And I still think you should at least get a line editor. And you can get away with not having a developmental editor if you have a really good beta reader. That's, I guess, my takeaway. I think that's her takeaway. I'm going to give this lady a sub. She's Chadley.
If you are a prolific reader, you know what books in your genre look like because you're reading them, or you've put 3-6 months, a year between you and having written that part. Otherwise, you're just going to keep looking at it like, oh, this is great, because it's familiar in your brain, and your brain is just going to gloss over it the last 20 times it's looked at that sentence, versus in 6 months you haven't looked at that sentence at all, your brain's going to be like, oh, wait, that's weird. The proofreading part, I do think probably you could get away with spell check, but the issue is if you're just using spell check, it's not going to pick up on any of the things that a line editor or a developmental editor would be telling you. You do need to vet who you're hiring. There are a lot of scammers online, unfortunately. I'm not going to say it's not better for you to find somebody who isn't related to you, isn't in a relationship with you, probably isn't even your friend. The downfall of using people who are close to you is that they probably don't want to offend you. They're gonna use kid gloves around you, basically. I don't think you probably need a really prestigious professional editor, but I do think you need to find somebody who isn't close to you that will be able to give you honest feedback about the things happening in your book. But how do you feel? Do you think indie published books need editing? How much editing? What kind of editing? Let me know down below in the comments. That's all I have for you. I will see you next time.
Okay, I couldn't agree with her more. I think if you are charging a certain amount for your digital book, you need to have editing. So once again, proofreading. If you can't afford a proofreader, use spell checker and grammar checker carefully. I would recommend setting aside the draft for, I would say, 2 to 4 weeks and revisiting. You can read aloud and read backwards, sentence by sentence, read backwards. This should get you most of your proofreading. This is how I did it. Line editor. Okay, so developmental editor can replace with beta reader, who is very good and has critical eye. All right. Now, substantive editor is what we had in the ghostwriting business, which is an editor for your outlines. And so this is like a pre-writing based editor. And honestly, architects might benefit from feedback at this stage, gardeners won't cope with this. Gardeners are just going to YOLO. So one of the things that she mentioned a lot was, do you remember when she was talking about the developmental editor? An architect who has done the work doesn't require as much for the developmental editor. What they will need, this is cannot avoid having, is a line editor. So you must get a line editor, an objective line editor. Now, I happen to have a best friend, this is crazy, who absolutely loves being critical. She just loves editing and being critical, and she's very detail oriented. So she's offered to do my line editing for free until I can pay her. So this is a case where I'm very blessed with having somebody who has a joy, a passion for this. And I'm using certain people as a light developmental editor. Gardeners could probably use an outline editor if they can come up with a semblance of an outline in the first place. Probably, yeah. I gave book feedback. Give me money. You can have my bathwater, Foxy. I'll send you some bathwater, Chieko bathwater. It seems that people who don't want the criticism want to be published authors instead of actual writers. Do you know what I mean? Yes, Leo. Agreed. 100%. Yeah, couldn't agree more. I know some folks who are really passionate about writing, but way too passionate about their baby. That is also true. Sometimes they're justified, sometimes they're not. Yeah. Does anyone remember that wedding cake competition show on the Food Network? Where the one guy, whenever he was a contestant, would do whatever he thought was the couple needed, and they would almost always pick him, even though he didn't follow the guidelines of their request. Some passionate writers and any artists are like that, but most of them should listen to criticism. So here's the thing, Shay. It happens in Project Runway. It happened in the Glow Up show, I think, with the makeup, where there was this one artist who was just like breaking boundaries, but they could not follow a brief. So they basically were like, you have talent, but you will never work with a makeup company or do work in the fashion industry because you're not following people's directions. So there's some people who are so in their own sauce that they simply can't hear from others. But I personally think that's a failing. There's a level where you have to get to grips with the fact that if you want to make money, you gotta bend the neck. You gotta humble. Apologize for my shit talking. No need for apologies, Foxy. This is a fairly free space here. I really like this, everyone. I thought this lady had it. I can't believe edit your book is nowadays considered a hot take. I just want thousands of people to read my writing with no editing. AO3 is right there, babes. I mean, not wrong. Not wrong. You can put original fiction on AO3, FYI. I think readers deserve to have this book was not edited in the trigger warnings at this point. Could you imagine trigger warnings with not edited? You know, maybe. I was part of this conversation, and I will say, while I understand many can't afford to hire an editor, it's still your responsibility to apply editing, either through studying how to edit and learning or saving up. Not editing a book hinders your credibility as an author, and it will only hurt you in the long run. People need to remember that being indie doesn't excuse you from taking the steps to produce consumable content. It's still a business, and you need to invest into it. And as a reader, coming across a book that isn't edited messes with that experience. Oh, see, here it is. Imagine opening a restaurant. Your first customer comes in and orders a burger. You bring them their meal, but it's just a slab of raw ground beef on a burger bun. When they complain, you respond angrily, "Didn't you realize how ableist you're being? Not every restaurant owner can afford a grill. What did you expect me to do? Wait until I had enough money to afford one before you selling your food? Selling you food? Yes, you're selling a product, presumably for money. If you were offering free downloads with a link to a coffee for tips, it would be one thing. But if you're expecting people to exchange money for your work, then yeah, you need to invest in your product. Yeah. Not someone saying it's ableist and then proceeding to explain something that has nothing to do with ableism specifically. I think they should have meant classist, but the argument is still bad when no one said you have to hire the most expensive editor you can find. Also, mentioning finding a typo in a trad pub book is so different from a book being riddled with them and other grammatical errors and just generally being difficult to read and follow. Like, yeah, mistakes happen. Sometimes things slip through, but to conflate those two things is certainly a choice. I agree. Yeah. The entitlement here is staggering. Buy my first draft, and if you don't, that's ableist, and gatekeeping is wild. Newsflash, novels are highly saturated market where published and vetted novels that have gone through at least 4 rounds of publishing get printed, and I still think their best value is as toilet paper. If the sentiment of self-publishing first drafts catches on, what will happen is people will get burned on paying money for a clearly unfinished product and be more skeptical of self-publishers. An educated consumer will read a few pages and the blurb before purchasing and quickly see if you're turning out a quality product. Which, if you think your first vomit draft is quality, you're probably one of the best writers in the world. When you self-publish an incomplete product, you hurt the whole industry. Yeah. Yeah. This is video games as well, right? This is video games. I only read unedited passion projects. You cling to patriarchal linguistic standards like an absolute shut. I don't know. Some of the books don't even deserve to be used as toilet paper. So basically, if you don't hire an editor, your work is basically ashes of creation. Yeah, Concord 2, right? Veilguard. What are some of the other toxic positive video games that happened? Concord 2 was definitely linked to toxic positivity. High Guard was linked to toxic positivity, people not giving feedback. Starfield, I think to a degree, suffered from bureaucracy and people not being able to push against the status quo of Bethesda. Veilguard, absolute trash veil. I don't give a fuck if you come to me and say it's for LGBTQ people. Dragon Age was always for LGBTQ. They always had gay relationships. They had hotter, steamier, gay sex scenes in Dragon Age Inquisition. Veilguard was fucking awful. I don't care if you're conservative or liberal. Veilguard was awful. There was nothing there. They didn't even have... They only had one ass cheek, and that was for the trans person or the non-binary person or whatever. It was horrible. The comment calling Blue ableist is giving NaNoWriMo, saying it's ableist to be against their AI writing software sponsorship, thus implying that disabled people are incapable of writing and editing their own. Oh my lord. Guys, we got him. Oh my lord. Oh, this is peak. But we've seen this in video games as well, right? We've seen this in video games where they talk about accessibility options and game difficulty, and those two things are conflated, obviously. But the comment calling Blue ableist is giving NaNoWriMo, saying it's ableist to be against their AI writing software sponsorship, thus implying that disabled people are incapable of writing and editing their own original work. Yeah. This is what happens, okay? This is what happens when logic leaves the room and you just follow the crowd and you become a sheep. You end up saying the stupidest shit. And this is exactly the same thing, right? Like, you have to have an editor. And to suggest that, like, disabled people can't write on their own or can't get an editor or can't even become editors is crazy work. This is that peak insanity. Fantastic. I love it. I love seeing people calling this out. Threads is such a toxic area for creatives. I had to delete my account. What is Threads? Is this some sort of social media site that I thankfully forgot? If you're asking people to give their money to you, then you'd better produce a quality product in exchange, period. As consumers, we wouldn't expect anything less when we patronize a restaurant or go to a spa. We all expect quality products and services in exchange for our money. If you are in the business of writing, hiring an editor is part of the investment. I'm not giving the chef a break if my steak is overcooked. There's a level of expectation when you're asking people to pay you. So yes, save up for an editor, cut back on the Starbucks runs, and concert tickets. Holy moly, it's a black person saying something amazing. Writer, maybe? Let's see. Charlotte Renee sounds like a writer. Oh, she's a writer. Oh, she's a left-wing writer. Black dystopian and speculative storytelling. Dissect power, oppression, and resistance through story and culture. Build a liberated future inside the mind first, then the world. Coach writers to tell the protest stories the world needs now. Afrofuturism, speculative fiction, bold ideas, and creative accountability. You are in the right place. Fierce storytelling, honest critique, and liberation-centered thought every week, where Black imagination becomes resistance. I mean, this lady is using some keywords that a lot of DEI people use, but even this lady is saying, get your book fucking edited. Okay? Yeah. Last of Us 2 just had a story people didn't like. It wasn't a bad product. Yes, I agree. The story, though, was horrendous. It's crazy how Dragon Age Inquisition had some of the best romance interactions, like with Iron Bull. Then they devolve into Veilguard. They already tackled the trans question for the Kunari. Yeah, epic. The whole issue with Veilguard is a lot of people are like, well, it's for the LGBTQ. I don't care. It was shitty for the LGBTQ. I'm a Fujoshi. I'm here for the MM stuff. What are we talking about? There was nothing there. There was like the coziest of cuddles. It was like Pablum, and I like Pablum. So it's like giving Pablum a bad name. Problem with games like Concord is they're designed for alphabet audience, and I'd argue more towards the T and beyond crowd, but they fail to understand 90% of the market is straight or normal gays. Yes. I agree. Yeah, I agree. 100%. And this is why I'm saying, like, once again, you might be more conservative than me. You might think that all the gay stuff is bad. I'm not here to argue with you about that. What I'm suggesting is that even if we take Veilguard at a more liberal angle, it failed. It was not sexy. It was not interesting. It didn't get you wanting to engage further. There was nothing there to really draw you in or provoke. So to me, it's like an epic fail, but not like epic being an epic fail, just like an epic fail. Nothing to do with our beloved epic. I'll stop talking now. Okay, we're going to watch now what happened to Sci-Fi TV. Is there any good sci-fi recently? My sister and I recently watched Dark, which I think would technically go under sci-fi. I kind of like that. I heard The Expanse is pretty solid. Neuromancer is coming out. It might be good. So is this going to be like another pearl clutching thing? Now, I do know that Star Trek and Star Wars has been hijacked and is now, somebody's wearing the skin suit of Star Wars and Star Trek. But I do think that there are new, like the Mars video, what was the film? The Martian? Interstellar, like there are solid sci-fi stuff that's still being made. It's just not like the old stuff. No opinion. Severance. For All of Mankind. There's a lot of good modern science fiction. Yeah. Safe story that risked nothing and only posed a danger to its own health. Exactly epic. I agree. Yeah, okay, so let's see what this person's pearl clutching over. Let's see what's going on here. If it's about what's going on with Star Wars and Star Trek, fair. That's a shit show. I just think that right now there are other shows, TV shows coming out that are pretty solid. So well, let's see.
I think something's gone seriously weird with sci-fi TV, also fantasy TV, and pretty much TV in general. Remember when a show would give you a whole story in 45 minutes? One planet, one weird alien problem, one cool philosophical idea, and boom, done. Next week, same characters, new adventure. It was fun, it was weird, it was TV. Now every sci-fi show feels like a 10-hour movie chopped into little chunks. It's like eating pizza, one piece of topping at a time. You sit through 6 episodes where basically nothing happens, just to finally get a plot twist you kinda guessed in episode 1 anyway. And I get it, prestige TV is now the thing. Everything has to look cinematic, feel important, and leave you emotionally devastated by episode 10. Well, that's the aim. Unfortunately, it's rarely ever achieved. But I think we've lost something in this approach. Something human. Something fun. Shows like Stargate, Farscape, Star Trek, X-Files, Firefly, they gave us weird aliens, ethical dilemmas, ridiculous costumes, and the chance to really live with the characters. They didn't need 10-minute monologue about trauma just to justify shooting a space lizard. So, this video's a bit of a love letter to the Sci-Fi episode. The messy, brilliant, standalone hour of television, because honestly, I really miss it. It might also be a grumpy rant about why everything now feels like it's made to be binged in sad silence while you check your phone. I think Sci-Fi TV forgot it was supposed to be TV. At some point, probably around the time...
Okay, I don't want to shit on this guy, but this sounds like a highly subjective I miss X. So everything else is bad. And I'm not... because his title says Sci-Fi TV. What he actually meant was the episodal Sci-Fi TV. So what did happen to the episodal Sci-Fi TV? What is the last time you've seen something that is episodal in nature? Okay, guys, come on, chat. Help me out here. Anyone know? What's the last thing that you think was created that was episodal? Invincible? Yeah, in TV, Shay. In TV. As someone who's hung out with queer people a decent amount now, I love seeing gay and queer characters, even trans characters, but as long as they're done well and those traits are not their personality. I agree, Foxy. Yeah. Yeah, I also, Miro, I kind of liked it. Fringe? When was Fringe? So Wooly is reaching back into the vaults for Fringe TV show. Fringe was 2008. Okay. So we got Fringe in 2008. Episodal TV. Setting aside like the Bones, Mentalist, Castle. So we got like the big three: Bones, Mentalist, and Castle. These are like mystery shows that are episodal in nature. And medical dramas. House, for example, is one of them. Episodal in nature. When was... Wait one sec. Grimm. Grimm is not sci-fi, it's fantasy, but it premiered in 2011, ended in 2017. This is probably one of the last holdouts of the episodal, but this one is actually fantasy. So we're talking about episodal TV. Okay, someone said Invincible. Isn't that a superhero thing? When was that released? 2020. Is it a cartoon? Is that what I'm looking at? Or no? Okay, so episodal TV tends to be, let's give a definition since this guy isn't giving us a full, clear definition. It will be largely episodic with sporadic arcs. He mentioned, for example, Stargate, and he mentioned X-Files, which I happen to know, and also FYI Star Trek, all have long arc episodes that tie into a larger arc. So by this definition, I think today, so we could say today, episodal TV with episodes, let's say 80% episodes, a standalone narratives, and 20% arc, still holds true in number 1, sitcoms, 2, mystery genre, 3, medical dramas. I think most of these will have episodes. Good night, Miro. Maybe we won't watch Miro's thing tonight. We'll watch it next time. So for Sci-Fi, Fringe was episodal. I think it only went for 4 seasons, so probably 2012 it ended around. So we'll put this up here. We'll put this up here. And fantasy, which is Grimm, which was as recent as 2017. Once Upon a Time. Once Upon a Time. Okay, I'll put that down here. X-Files. Yeah, so X-Files is, I think it was 1999 or 2000. And it went on for, what was it, 9? So this is early 2000s. This is really old. Supernatural. Oh, yes. Supernatural is episodal. Yep. With arcs. And Arrowverse goes under Sci-Fi, I believe. So this would be Green Arrow, Supergirl, and The Flash. Very episodal. Lost is technically Sci-Fi, I think. One Tree Hill. Big Brother House. Kolchak the Night Stalker, Ozark. Yeah, okay. Guys, I'm going to spit out my theory, okay? Let's see how this guy goes. But here's my theory, okay? Theory. The reason why we are seeing less episodic type TV shows on streaming sites is because of, number 1, cost. Episodic shows, even with arcs, require more, how can I say this? Require more episodes. Yeah, let's keep it simple. Number 2, IP. Most IP being based on previous films or TV shows or books. This is key. Require longer, less episodic narratives. So let's say I want to adapt Pride and Prejudice and just do a completely amazing job, and it's going to be 6 videos long, just like the original BBC with Colin Firth and Jennifer Ely. It's not going to be episodic. But to come out and be like, oh my God, our death of the episode. Once again, I'm not saying episodic shows are bad, but I think this day and age, there's such a push to ride on IP in order to mitigate financial cost. This results in requiring full comprehensive narratives, and there's no ability to spend time on episodic thing. Oh, you know what is slightly episodic? Sandman is slightly episodic in nature. The Sandman show is slightly episodic in nature. Very slightly. Dead Boy Detectives. Episodic. I think it's slightly. I think it's slightly. Because there's some... So while there's an overarching plot of he's trying to come to grips with who he is as a person and he's trying to regain his kingdom, each of the episodes could be watched on their own and still make sense. And in fact, the final episode of Sandman is completely cut off, right? It's about Richard Maddock and the cats. So, in those cases, completely episodic in nature. So, yeah. So for old stuff, if I'm going to think of old sci-fi, I'm going to think of Lex, Stargate, Star Trek, Quantum Leap, Beastmaster. Did Xena Warrior Princess count? I know it was on Sci-Fi at night. X-Files, Eureka, Fringe, Smallville, Black Mirror, iZombie. I remember watching that one. Love, Death, Robots, American Horror Show. What were some of the old ones? Farscape, Battlestar Galactica, there was another one similar to Battlestar Galactica that I always get confused with Battlestar Galactica. Warehouse 13, that's one of Party's favorites. Babylon 5. Oh my gosh, the original Stargate stuff with that kind of cute Pharaoh boy. Doctor Who, which is great up through Matt Smith, and then just kind of don't watch anything after that. Twilight Zone. You are not hearing a recording. Space, 1999. Yes, give us the good stuff, Herman, straight into our veins. He's mad about new Star Trek specifically, says Shay. Yes, I would say so. I think he's having a little meltdown over here. UFO. Oh, Outer Limits! Ooh, Outer Limits! I remember that. I'm not old, okay? I'm not old, but my grandma had cable. Lost in Space. The Expanse. I mean, that's not episodal, probably, but still. Doctor Who fell off. Oh, it's still falling off, Foxy. Fear not. Fear not. It's still shit. Farscape. Did I put Farscape in here? I did. Heroes. Only the first two seasons. Don't watch beyond that. Lost in Space is a more recent show. Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that this bro is sad because there has been a loss of an episodal type of TV show, but I really do think it comes down to the fact that they want people to binge, and the best way to binge is to have a complete narrative with through line. And if you're doing 9 episodes, are you going to sacrifice, let's say, 7 of those episodes to standalone stuff that may or may not have any bearing on the greater whole? Like, even if, let's say, each episode has a little reference to the arc, like Sandman does, and then the rest of the episode is episodal, like, that's how it has to happen, essentially. Firefly. Yeah, we shouldn't forget Firefly. Take my heart, take my land, take me where I cannot stand. La 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 la. I mean, Star Trek is like following the character arc of a trans Klingon Drake Queen now, right? I can't be devoid of sympathy for him, but he's grinding an axe, yeah. Yeah, so I agree. Epic, yeah. The 100, has someone watched that? I'm pretty sure that party has. And I mean, if we want to get into like anime, Psycho-Pass is slightly episodic. Ghost in the Shell, slightly episodic. What else? Full Metal Panic, Last Exile. Cowboy Bebop. Trigun. Okay, so I think we've made our point. I think this guy is sad because there aren't as many episodic stuff, and I will agree with him. There isn't as much episodic stuff, but I honestly think it's because of Suits and watching habits have changed. And so in this case, I think the Suits are crunching the numbers and they're realizing that people's tastes have changed. And I'm going to still suggest that episodic TV still does exist to this day in 4, I will say 4, also cartoons, like comedy, like Simpsons and South Park, all of those, Family Guy, the other one with the Bob's Burgers, all of those are episodic in nature. There's tons of episodic TV. It's just that sci-fi these days and fantasy has become more linked to cost and IP. But let's see where he goes with this.
Netflix started dropping entire seasons, sci-fi shows stopped being episodes and started being installments. Now, instead of 22 to 24 episodes where characters grow, mess up, learn something cool in between space battles, we get 8 to 10 extra long chapters of what is basically just a very slow movie. Take Foundation, Dune Prophecy, Silo, all gorgeous to look at, but they're built like films. Long arcs, careful pacing, every moment loaded with meaning. And that's cool, for a while. But it also means you're 6 episodes in before anyone cracks a joke or has a sandwich. It's intense. Where's the fun? I think the problem is this format makes sci-fi kinda risk averse. Writers don't want to throw in a weird one-off episode with sentient slime or a cowboy planet because it might distract from the big arc, and characters get way less room to breathe. You don't have time for side quests when every scene has to set up a twist for episode 10. It's not that these shows are bad, except, some really are. It's that they're not TV the way TV used to be, a self-contained story with a beginning, middle and end, a chance to try something weird or emotional or just plain have fun. Back in the 80s, 90s and early 2000s, Sci-Fi didn't need a 10-hour arc to make you care. Stargate SG-1, Deep Space Nine gave you full, satisfying adventures in 40 to 45 minutes, but also included long arcs that often spanned seasons. One week it's political intrigue, the next it's space clowns, and it worked. You got to know the characters because they were constantly being thrown into new situations and reacting in ways that surprised you, and you lived with them for basically half a year, every year, because they didn't need 2 years of production lead time for some reason. And you know what else? You could miss an episode and still enjoy the next one. Imagine that, watching a show without homework. No Reddit theory threads required, just vibes and laser guns. I think we traded that weekly joy for cinematic immersion, but the price was personality. Sci-Fi got slicker to look at, but also safer, and in my view, lost its heart. And here's the one thing no one really wants to admit. Somewhere along the line, Sci-Fi stopped being fun. Not always bad, not always boring, just a little bit joyless. Somewhere between the endless prestige arcs and the grimdark themes, we forgot how to play. Of course, when I say we, I don't mean me at all. I mean TV execs who give the green light and the writers who work on them. These new shows are heavy. They're always tackling trauma, war crimes, generational collapse, but there's barely any room left for episodes about weird alien karaoke nights or someone swapping bodies with a lizard. The tone got locked into this serious sci-fi mode where if anyone cracks a joke, it's either immediately followed by that person dying, or it's this weird kind of Marvel/Disney slapstick humour that, well, is not for me. In my humble opinion, you know what's missing? Holodeck shenanigans. Remember when Holo characters ran amok for no real reason? That episode where Data becomes Sherlock Holmes? The one where Mulder gets high on mushrooms? Those were fun. They gave Sci-Fi texture. Now it's cliffhanger after cliffhanger, episode after...
I'm going to push back a little bit on this, but I'm going to agree with him on a couple things. First off, do you remember how I told you before that a lot of modern writing these days mistakes realism and grim depression as being meaningful? And I think it's because Mama State, it has made our lives so plastic and bubble wrapped and sensitivity reader controlled that any type of dirt or grime is considered meaningful because we are so removed from our bodies, from nature, from biological desires, from the harsh realities of death and other things that are going on in life. We are so removed from all of these things that anything that talks about death and torture and shooting people and stuff like that feels meaningful. But this is only an accidental reaction to an ongoing social problem. It does not actually mean that what is being shown that is depressing and death-infused and grim-dark and etc., that does not mean that it has the only value. And I will say that there are some people that I have seen in our Discord, as well as in other communities, shitting on anime, shitting on the Japanese moment, if you will, the cringe that sometimes can happen, and people shit on that because they mistake being serious and being grim with having meaning and being helpful or engaging. And the Hollywood Joss Whedon quips is the Mama State's version of humor and comedy in the face of despair. but it is by no means appropriate all the time. We saw that in Thor 2. When you inject quips inorganically into a narrative, you instantly have a problem. But that doesn't mean that having quippiness is wrong. And it doesn't mean that having comedy is wrong. And it doesn't mean having something that's potentially cringy or heartfelt or genuine is wrong. And this is where I do think that there are some gamer bros, some men, who have mistaken this kind of approach to narrative of being brutal and masculine and sweaty as having the only value. It has value. It has much value even at times, but it is not the only way to approach something. Now, of course, just because you have grim stylistic stuff going on doesn't mean that there isn't other, shall we say, philosophical and political biases at play, whether conservative or liberal. So one of the things I will say is that the most dangerous piece of literature, in my opinion, or narrative, isn't the obvious shitty Veilguard, right? We can look at Veilguard and we can go, ha ha ha, that's cringe, and move on, right? That's shit, and move on. The more dangerous stuff is actually the well-written stuff that goes beyond being super poppy and cringy or whatever. So, and this is where I actually think Neil Gaiman, as a writer and as a proponent for the creepy left, he is probably actually more dangerous as an ideologue than what we've been seeing in Star Trek and Rings of Power. Because unlike Star Trek and Rings of Power, Sandman works. And it works within a framework that is quite progressive, because it still gives homage to human baseline truths. And so this is where you have the bedrock of basic truths about humans, and then you have this other shit going on, for example, in Sandman. And so that's why Sandman's powerful, because if you mix enough truth into whatever it is you're cooking, it's going to feel way more meaningful, regardless of how dark it is or how gritty it is or what have you. And so in my opinion, it is very easy to point and laugh at certain poorly written stuff that's, let's say, liberal or woke or hyper-conservative and also cringy. It's very easy to laugh at that stuff and go, ha ha, losers. But the best written stuff, regardless of what political angle is being leveraged, I think that stuff is more, I suppose, ideologically dangerous because it's more active and people can resonate with it because there's quality there. I do think that the response to the DEI stuff and the woke stuff has been, oh, we need to make it masculine and we have to like have men like grunting and doing the man thing and shooting the gun and killing the people, etc., etc. And I think this is very reductive. I don't think that this is helpful. So I agree with this commentator that there's a mistake being made suggesting that things that are hyper-realistic are meaningful. That is not the case. Things that are grim are meaningful. That is not always the case. But I also disagree with him because the inability to the episodic nature of the old shows was sometimes silly, but it was only possible to get more silly with time. Okay? Hear me out. I have noticed, and maybe some of you have noticed, that the silly episodes that he's talking about, Mulder high on shrooms, other stuff, like the silly episodes in Supernatural, when did they happen? When did the silly episodes happen? Does anybody know? When do the silly, cracked out episodes happen? Has anyone noticed a trend? I've noticed a trend. I'll give an example. We'll use X-Files since he mentioned it. Okay. I'll show you. You'll see it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Where's the episode list? Where is it? Here it is. Season 1. Okay. Watch this. Pilot. This is based on a true story. Deep Throat. This is about the guy that makes contact with him. And it's about slightly based on a true story about PTSD pilots from Iraq. Squeeze, Tombs. Conduit, kid getting signals through TV. Jersey Devil, myth of I can't even begin to describe. Shadows, guy killing people with shadows after engaging with nuclear reactor. Ghost in the Machine, that should be obvious. AI, gone rogue. Ice, we are not who we are. Space, guy ends up killing self. Space being in space. Fallen Angel. Ooh, what was Fallen Angel? I actually forget Fallen Angel. Wait 1 second, everybody. Which one is this one? Oh. Okay. This is an ARC episode introducing Max. Okay. All right. Eve. Evil Girls. Fire. Man sets people on fire with ability. Beyond the Sea. Worm tongue actor uses psychic powers to get into Scully. Genderbender. Mennonite-ish culty people living forever, also able to gender bend. Lazarus. Is Lazarus the psychic one? No, Beyond the Sea is maybe when her dad dies. EBE, that's an arc one. Shapes, Darkness Falls. There's Tombs down here. Roland is the disabled guy who can do shit. Okay, Darkness Falls is insects in forest. When do we get the first funny episode? Humbug is slightly funny. Josie Chung's From Outer Space is very postmodern. But we're talking about like really funny, right? Small Potatoes. What's this one? Oh, this is the one with the no. Christmas Carol, maybe. Kill Switch was kind of funny. Oh yeah, How the Ghost Stole Christmas. Arcadia. I think this is the one where they pretend to be in the suburb. Where they're in the suburb. Yeah, planned community. Okay, here's my point. The kooky episodes don't happen in the first 3 seasons. You're not going to get a kooky episode in the first 3 seasons. Same thing in Supernatural. You don't get kooky episodes in the first 3 seasons of Supernatural. You only get kooky episodes after a period of time. And it happened in Bones. It happened in Mentalist. It happened everywhere, basically. You don't see the loosening of the belt and people doing crazy shit and being funny until later. Like much later. Wait a minute. Did Wooly get it? Holy shit, Wooly got it. Wooly got it. In the episodic era, a show had to earn its silly episode by success and seniority. Oh, Wooly. Gold star on Wooly's forehead. Absolutely. You do not instantly shit out a funny episode and go har, har, har in the first season or the second season. You get to put that out. Now, Humbug is probably the closest to funny, but it still plays it straight. House definitely got crazier as the series went on. Yes. That's my point. That's my point. Things don't get funny until they earn it. And I would argue that the first Star Trek original series, which I loved, I watched like a handful of times, most of those things were played straight. There was like a few episodes here and there that were like, haha, funny. Trouble with tribbles. But generally speaking, it was played straight. So I don't think it was all fun and games. I really don't think that they brought out the cringe right off the bat and was like, hey, we're going to do something wacky here. Mushroom episode, Halloween episode. I don't watch TV much these days. That's fine, Herman. You're not missing out. Not all have lost the fun. Mandalorian was popular because they just had fun with certain aspects of the show and didn't shy away with the absurdity that is Star Wars lore. Bad blood. Even pre-Disney, Star Wars had some silly lore like Trash Compactor and Monster. True. See, here's the thing, Epic. Epic brings up a good point. The thing is, we're talking about really funny, but I wonder if some of the funny he's talking about is meta funny and not intentional, i.e. a lizard alien that swaps bodies with people. So there's 2 types of humor, right? Or comedy. There's comedy within the world, like Mulder on shrooms. Okay? I argue that none of that was possible until they earned that spot. It's a completely different thing to say, I want to make a comedy or lighthearted sci-fi that doesn't take itself seriously and might have some meaningful moments here and there. That's a completely different thing. But we all know what would happen if somebody came out with a lighthearted sci-fi that didn't take itself seriously but had some meaningful moments here and there. We know that a lot of actually bros would come out of the woodwork and critique it for not being serious and grim and yada yada enough. So even the examples that this guy is giving to me is not, it's not quite there for me. He's really mixing his definitions, because his example of Mulder going on shrooms was a silly episode that happened much later on. So this guy's trying to rationalize why he doesn't enjoy stuff anymore by going back to his childhood when he was happy and his parents were still together. I do think, once again, we can talk about what happens when suits, okay? What happens when the corpos, when the suits, decide to always rely on IPs that are books that have different narrative beats than an episodic show, They want to save money, right? And they know that if they trot out the cheap suits and the cheap fake masks, that they're going to be shit on, right? Everyone knows this. And so they know that their audience has a low tolerance for this. So they are not going to trot out the cheaply made stuff. So they're going to spend a lot of money, and they're going to therefore hedge their bets by going with IP that they believe will bring in viewers. And that will result, unfortunately, in the death of the episodic sci-fi. Unfortunately. That's just that's the unfortunate situation that we are in right now. Yeah. So Epic, if he was talking about the meta, which is going back and watching old stuff and having fun, watching the kooky stuff and going like, oh yeah, you know, isn't that so funny? Har, har, har. Right? Completely get that. But his examples, unfortunately, are off. His examples are off. Because I've watched enough of the Voyager to know that the example of Data being Sherlock Holmes is not in the first few seasons. So, like, to me, his examples do not support your best case for him, if that makes sense, Epic. I think if he had solidified what he actually meant when he was talking about this kind of humor, then he would be able to hold his case better together. But his point is vague, and so his examples are not matching up, and he's undercutting his own argument. Yeah, exactly, Epic. I think if we went with your argument, if he went with your argument, Epic, he would be stronger for it. Right? I think if I'm not, don't worry, Epic, I'm not mistaking you as defending him. I think what you're trying to suggest is best case, he might be attempting to do this, and I want to suggest that he is therefore making a serious mistake with his examples. He's made a serious mistake because the examples he's choosing are not supporting what he's intending to achieve. It is absolutely possible to go back and have fun watching Star Trek original series, right? But if we watch it and go, haha, I'm having so much fun, but I'm not taking it seriously, are we actually taking it the way that the audience was intended to take it years and years ago? Like, was Star Trek, the original series, intended to be funny? And like, I thought it had pretensions for attempting something else. Like, it was done by Gene Roddenberry, wasn't it? I'm confused. It's not listed as intending to be. Yeah, it was intended to be an action adventure sci-fi. I think going back and laughing at something now and liking it because it's kooky is not actually engaging with the content from the position that the original audience was intended to take it and how the original audience saw it. We are not the original audience. We are post the original audience, except for maybe Herman and Wooly, whose foot is in the grave as we speak. But the original audience, I don't think, engaged with it the same way that we did. I'm glad I was too old to be caught up in the Potter craze, and by that point I'd already read books far superior. Yeah, that's fair. How much of trends? Yeah, if you listen to how he lists his examples, it sounds like he's misremembering things he saw as a kid, and I'm not defending him. The opposite, I believe he's wrong. Yeah, absolutely epic. Yeah, I get it. You're trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here, which I applaud. I'm just sad because I think we could talk about science fiction TV trends, and we could absolutely talk about what's happening to Star Trek and Star Wars. There's a conversation there to be had. I think he's barking up the wrong tree here. And do I think it would be great to have an episodic sci-fi show once again? Absolutely. I would love to have an episodic sci-fi show once again. Like, if they came out with a proper new Stargate, I'd be on toot, get on the Stargate train, right? If they actually did Star Trek justice, toot, get on, like, take me back to Doctor Who. Unfortunately, I just don't think with the way that the streaming industry is now, that it allows for people to cut corners in the costuming. Like, remember what happened with Rings of Power? People were losing their shit over the costuming. The costuming looks fake and cheap. Now, of course, we can ask about what happened to the costuming given the budget that went into this thing, supposedly. But, like, if people were shitting on Rings of Power because of the fucking costuming, what do you think they're going to do to a sci-fi show that isn't realistic enough? What are we talking about here? Now, I personally wasn't going after Rings of Power because of the costuming. I added that as an aside. It's like, it is good if it's good. It is what it is if it's not. There were people who were going after Rings of Power because of the costuming. I kid you not. Now, I do think with historical fiction, costuming is crucial. But, like, in this day and age, where your costuming and your CGI and everything has to be a certain way, I can understand why some things change and why trends might change, and also why people might change, why people might not want to commit every week to something. So I can see how this is like, I just don't know if I would put my finger on any one thing and say, this is the root issue. I think it's like a confluence of ideology, political, agendas, viewer habits changing, economic stuff, corpos being corpos. Like, there's just so many factors, I think, that are feeding into the lack of sci-fi episodic TV. Yeah. Also, episode count, I think, plays a huge factor. Most streaming shows around 8 episodes these days. There's not a lot of time to explore a variety of different ideas in a season in modern shows. Exactly, Jonathan. If you only have 8 episodes to tell your story in, are you literally going to, let's say you get 8, that gives you 2 for your arc. So are you going to sacrifice 6 episodes to do other stuff in? Once again, I think Sandman is the closest thing to like a heavily arced story that still has episodic elements, but it's still heavily arced. 10 years then Chieko, maybe. My mother loved Star Trek. No joke, I tell him to watch Rick and Morty. My father appreciated TNG immensely as a kid. I just enjoyed the lasers and cool effects. Watch the Orville. Star Trek fans are watching the Orville instead of New Trek. It's so sad and kind of funny. Video maker and comments are making it sound like they're adverse to the texture they're expecting being different. characters just don't hang out anymore. This is a fact. This happens in video games, by the way. Like Final Fantasy XIV is very good for allowing the characters to hang out. Sometimes they hang out a bit too long, but they generally actually do this really well. A lot of stories just go, go, go. But this is actually a narrative writing problem overall. It's not just directly linked to TV. This is in books now. This is in video games. This is not a problem that is specific to TV. That's a narrative problem. You got to look at the writing schools for that. Let's not forget the inevitable cliffhanger cancellation these days, especially on Netflix. Yeah, so here's another one. Let's say you decide to take a risk, right? You're going to put out a 26 episode series, episodic, right? Netflix decides it's not worth it. What do you think has a lower rate of being canceled? A 26 episode episodic with all of the bells and whistles, or an 8 episode? Even the 8 episode people have to fight for themselves. The Expanse showed me that long arcs aren't bad either. The Expanse was excellent from start to finish. Shows like Babylon 5 and X-Files did the best of both worlds, as most episodes were self-contained stories while also building to multi-season arcs. Sandman similar. Grimm. We were all spoiled in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. Sequest and Andromeda. I forgot to put that down in there. Yep. Canadian Sci-Fi was bizarrely... Canada and Sci-Fi, for some reason, Canada and Sci-Fi is just big. Yeah. Canada was responsible for a lot of good sci-fi. Or bad sci-fi. Bad, good sci-fi. Good, bad sci-fi. Buffy did a good job. Yep, Buffy, Angel. WoW started introducing hanging out back in BFA, and I hated it. I don't hate it, Shay, if it's done well. In fact, I like it. But it has to be done well. And it can't go on and on, obviously. This guy didn't just say episodic. He defined episodic as having character growth and a story contained within itself. By those additions, I don't think science fiction lost episodes but gained continuity. Yeah. Once again, the guy's definition is off. His examples are off. But do I feel for him? Do I think that his loss of episodic TV is sad? Sure. Yeah. It's sad. But what are you going to do at this stage? But the way the streaming is, like, what are we literally going to do at this point? Okay, let's keep going.
Episode of build up with pretty much no payoff. And when the payoff does come, if you've made it that far, that is, usually in the final 10 minutes of the finale, you're too numb to care. I get it. You want story, you want progress, you want the plot. But not every great episode is about plot, or it shouldn't have to be. Some are just vibes, breathing room, a chance to hang out with the characters, see the world, feel something that isn't just plot tension. And I think some of the best sci-fi ever made would get labelled as filler today. Think about The Inner Light from Star Trek TNG. Picard lives an entire alternate life in 45 minutes. Or Buffy's Hush, where no one speaks and it's somehow scarier than most horror movies. Or Fringe's White Tulip, which is just a time loop and a love letter to grief. The premises of these episodes don't really advance the arc, but they're unforgettable because they go deep, they mean something. Filler isn't failure. Filler is about the subtle notes of flavour that make something feel textured and layered. If I had to pick a golden age of sci-fi TV, I'd go with 1995 to 2010, that sweet spot where you still had arcs, but the episode was king. You had Battlestar Galactica blending big mythology with gut punch episodes, Babylon 5 weaving politics and prophecy into standalone dramas, Fringe doing Monster of the Week and multiverse breakdowns, even Lost before it lost the plot completely, gave us week-to-week mysteries that actually delivered. And today's Star Trek and Doctor Who, honestly, don't even get me started. I can't even fathom what they are now. My point is, these shows trusted the episode. They let writers take risks.
Doctor Who is episodic, so I don't know. Okay. Do I think filler is sometimes shat on unnecessarily? I agree. I do think I am someone who will always push for more time spent with the characters doing stuff on the side. One of the reasons why Final Fantasy XIV to me will always spank WoW in the butt in terms of narrative is because, okay, I'm going to go off. I recently decided on Nico to spend a little time in the Dravanian Western Highlands. That would be Falcon's Nest, for those of you who can't remember what that place is. And I decided to do all of the side quests in that zone. And I would pay attention to what was going on. It was so fascinating. You had these little side filler stories where you learned about a guy who refuses to leave because he thinks that one day the snow will melt and fishing will return. And then there were 3 side quests that all came together into one final quest. And it just felt like it was adding depth and flavor to the world. But it was filler. And there have been scenes in Final Fantasy XIV in the MSQ that we didn't have to see, but they showed it to us anyway because it adds flavor to the relationships and the characters. So one example is when Alice and sits with you, with Gabu, and looks up at the stars and talks about life and asks questions and kind of dialogues with you. And I personally think that people who can't appreciate a well-written character scene probably have lost the plot in terms of understanding the force of narrative. Because a well-written character scene adds depth and realism and will increase your investment. And this go, 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 and then they do this, 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 is the most mechanical instincts towards narrative building that I've ever seen, and I dislike it. I think there should be, in great writing, moments for breathing, moments for reflection, moments for exploration, and numinous or transcendental moments. And if you as a consumer are unable to cope with sitting through 5 minutes of thought, I think you have succumbed to the culture of go, go, go. And you need to develop your taste. You need to grow. If you can't cope with a short cutscene or a short moment in time where the characters can just be, I think you probably have lost the plot as a consumer. Your tastes have gone down the drain. You need to develop something there. You've lost a muscle. That being said, there's filler, and then there's filler. You know what I mean? And so, like, for me, I don't know if I would put all filler as being particularly helpful, useful, or necessary. So there is a bit of a generalization here that I think is not being super helpful, because not all filler is good, honestly. So, Naruto, did you say filler? I thought about that right away. like you said, the characters didn't have growth over a series, just filler scenes. Then he goes on to describe what he's missing, which I would call filler scenes. Yes. The episode was king because he had a 2 weeks usual release window. Look, I didn't mean to be losing my mind in your chat, but his premise, he's both accusing modern sci-fi as being filled with filler, but then he laments the loss of filler and how it wasn't filler. You know? You know, this reminds me of some older gamers who get indignant at Souls-like for overtaking and to a degree bearing action games like Devil May Cry. I remember fondly faffing about Charlian with the twins during the opening of Endwalker. Yeah. Yeah. War Within actually does a lot of this. It's pretty universally poorly received by even narrative-loving players, but the characters are unlikable and no one wants to spend time with them. Yes, that's the key part. We would have loved to spend time with some characters. We like spending it with Sarfang and BFA. Yeah, exactly what I'm trying to say, Shay. I am not arguing whether people should like or should not like a character. What I'm arguing is the technique of pausing and being with a character and living in the moment is good when it's done well with people that you care about. Being forced into a scene with somebody who's saying the same thing over and over again, or in a sloppily thrown together episode because they haven't made progress on the manga, so they got to put in, you know, another season. Now, I will say, by the way, the power season for the Naruto Shippuden, the power season, which was completely filler, I actually love that season. Love that filler season. There's a couple filler seasons in Naruto that I would watch unironically. But there are lots and lots of times where filler is just that, filler, and it's not great. There's Bleach's Bounto arc. I think people get annoyed with filler when it is never reflected in the main arc or is used as a detour to lengthen a show. Yes. Or if it breaks a character just to be funny. G8 in One Piece was filler and it was hilarious. Yeah. So once again, I'm not anti-filler. I'm actually more likely to watch filler. But I don't think, how can I say this? I think filler is so massive, it's like saying movie or painting. Do you know what I mean? There's so many ways to fuck up filler. So yeah, I'm struggling with this one, Chief. I'm struggling with this one because I personally feel that the shows nowadays that only have 8 episodes, like Dark, can have moments where people are just being people and are like, I'm not going to get into Dark, but let's just say that there was a pair of people who are always together and they're so lovely. And, oh wow. Anyway, Party and I were rooting for them a lot. And there were scenes with them that didn't have to be shot, but they shot them anyway. And it was just wonderful. And so that's why I'm saying is like, I don't, I understand he misses his episodes, but he's making some crazy assumptions here.
Explore corners of the world and give characters small, meaningful moments that didn't always lead somewhere.
Wait, did Dark have 24 episodes? I thought it was shorter. It had 3 seasons. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I had a lot of fun watching Dark. The more you like the world and characters, the more palatable filler would be my assumption. I agree, Wooly. I agree. 100%. 100%. Yeah. I personally think, like, if you fall in love with the world and the characters and the filler are focused on those characters, you're going to be there. But I just think that this, I want a return to the episodic stuff. And by the way, if anyone wants to enjoy a fantasy TV show that ran between 2011 and 2017, I highly recommend Grimm, which is episodic in nature with arcs, and it's very good. It's very good. It's huge. And it was done by Greenwalt, who was a major name. He did Fringe. But that is, in my mind, probably the last episodic thing we saw. And Greenwalt, by the way, was on X-Files. So the whole episodic thing, I think it disappeared much later than this guy is saying. I think it still does exist. It still exists in some areas. It just doesn't exist in fantasy and sci-fi because there's too much on the table and they can't risk it financially. So, yeah. But I would like to see if our community could find any current day episodic stuff beyond the Orville that might exist.
But still mattered. Then came the Game of Thrones and streaming apocalypse. And then there's the economics of it all. Streaming hasn't just changed how we watch, it's changed what we expect. Audiences now have access to hundreds of shows at once across dozens of platforms, with no need to wait for a weekly slot on Channel 4 or Sci-Fi. That means viewership is fragmented and individual shows are fighting harder than ever for attention. Fewer eyes means less revenue, or no ad revenue if it's all in a subscription model, which puts pressure on budgets. Add to the fact that everything seems to cost more now, actors, effects, production delays, and suddenly a 24 episode season starts looking like a financial risk no one wants to take. Instead, we get 6 to 8 tightly controlled episodes, usually greenlit by execs who treat shows not as creative risks, but as content assets. It's all about churn, retention, metrics. But I still believe TV should be art, not algorithmic filler. The binge model trains you to wait, not feel. You're not living with the characters week to week, you're binging them like a box set of anxiety. And once it's over, it's gone. No cultural moment, no water cooler chats, just a vague, yeah, I'll watch that. Every show feels like it was algorithmically designed to be just good enough to keep you watching, but not weird enough to risk making you love it. TV became content. So maybe the future of sci-fi TV isn't more cinema, maybe it's just more TV. Let's bring back the episode. The weird ones, the one-offs, the character detours, the musical episodes, the low-budget ones that somehow change everything. I want 22 episodes across 6 months of the year. I want to live with these characters because I have no friends. Okay, I'm done. Let me know what you think in the comments. Seriously, I'd love to know. Am I alone here? My new book, Taos Landis, is now available for pre-order. Links in the description because, well, of course it is. It's set at the end of time where an ancient AI guards the final stories of the universe. These are 6 interconnected tales of sci-fi with heart, brains, and just a sprinkle of existential dread. So if that sounds like your thing, grab a copy now before the heat death of the universe kills us all.
Man complains about arc stuff, writes 6 episodic tales that are connected by an arc. Okay. Alright, let's see what chat's up to. Water cooler is entirely up to the viewership. Shay, you can't be so sensible, Shay, okay? You can't... What? I agree. I think people can get strung up over the craziest stuff. So to me, personally, I'm going to just call it right here. Him not wanting to engage with online discourse about this or that, that's his choice. I firmly believe that there are IPs out there that still get a lot of people engaged and interested. There are people out there who would still get interested and want to talk with you and theory craft with you. because not everything is always complete. There were people who were theory crafting about a variety of different things, about a variety of different shows, like, for example, Grimm. The problem with the lack of theory crafting is usually because if, let's say, it's about Rings of Power, or, for example, Sandman, or, for example, Game of Thrones, or, for example, The Expanse, all of that's based on the book. Those books, although they could deviate from the books, because it's based on a previously established IP, there's not a question of where are the writers going to go next. So the theory crafting may not be there the same way, but if a show is 100%, original, there's a higher chance that there does come theory crafting and discussion. Like, the Bridgerton community is massive and is always talking about Bridgerton, and it's based off of a series of books. So, like, I do think that discussions are still happening. I can't disagree with them more on that one. I just think it depends on who you are and do you like the discussion that's being had. A 90% of classic was filler. Most of the quest text is. This is happening here. Go kill this. This doesn't affect outside this area. But it does lead to subtle world building in a world that would be barren without filler in it. When did HBO start with its historical drama mini episodes? I don't know, Willie. From a quick Google search, I'm seeing quite a few in regards to science fiction labeled as episodic. Wait, what did he say? It's not TV, it's content? Wait, 22 episodes across 6 months of the year? Yeah. The danger of shows... Okay, so Foxy points out that if you have short shows that are full of spoilers... There is concern about spoiler stuff, but even Final Fantasy and WoW has ways of talking about spoilery stuff and finding people who will theory craft with you. People need to get over spoilers if they're going to be slow-paced consumers. Shay, I don't even think it's a problem, because I do think there are ways to go online and engage with certain levels of spoilers, right? Like, I'm sure it happens in WoW, where you could go in and start theory crafting and just say, hey, spoilers for the end of midnight, right? Surely. Where the show Neighbors, you can be like Alfred punched this dude. It was so epic. That person who hadn't seen would be more engaged to see it now. That's true. Yeah, don't enter the water cooler unless you're ready to discuss. And what's about the thing where TV shows are dumbed down because viewers are scrolling while watching? Is that real? Or an excuse for producers to blame the audience so they don't have to pay writers? Okay. There's a lot of things that I'm going to... I couldn't be bothered to watch season 2 and 3 and 4 of The Witcher, but I watched season 1 of The Witcher, and I will stand by my feeling that season 1 of The Witcher was solid. But there were so many people who were confused about when things were happening. They couldn't sit back and just let it happen. They had to know everything. And so for me, I felt that The Witcher was unfortunately shafted by an audience who were too lazy to apply themselves, okay, and just let it happen. But I don't think that we should take into account people who are on their phone while watching a TV show for the first time. Now, if you're watching a TV show for the second or third time and you have your phone out, that's fine, right? This is background noise. You're just relaxing. You're having fun. No problem. But if you go and shit on a show after watching it distracted or going in with a bad attitude, I personally will discount your your take on it as highly subjective and unreliable. Because I do think that in order to experience something for the first time as it is intended, you need to go in with a reasonably open mind and your phone in your pocket. You know, this whole thing of, oh, we got to dumb down stuff because people are on their phones. That's kind of, to me, that's like cope, you know, that's never good. I would never support that. Finding a community that cares if they spoil your story experience in WoW is horrendously hard. In Final Fantasy XIV, there's a lot of rules around spoilers in Final Fantasy XIV. There's a lot of rules. Like, if people spoil by accident, they can sometimes get publicly called out, which I like. I support it. And I'm someone who will seek out spoilers, by the way, but I support keeping some stuff latched down. With Heroes and the Game of Thrones, there was also a large community reaction when it comes to the episodes. Every time an episode released, oh, and Walking Dead, the world erupted over the plot. Yes, Walking Dead was huge. Good point, Epic. Walking Dead was, oh my goodness. Oh, and also my sister, my one sister, not party, she was super into Lost, and she had a Skype group. Chieko is my second screen show. Gathering in WoW. Good luck. Good luck in WoW. You either stay out of the community and play solo, or you accept that you know what's coming. Yeah, I would not like that. Heroes even had a thing. But that being said, the WoW story is kind of shit. So, you know, it is what it is. Well, in Endwalker, people started referring to extreme fights as EX1 and 2 to avoid spoiling the fights. Yes. As the boss names were spoilery in itself. Exactly. You are correct, Foxy. Yeah. Yeah, they do a lot of work. Even the devs usually do their best to make sure that even when you go into party finders or you're looking at a friend in a list, they generally do their best to keep certain stuff cut off so that you can't get spoiled. Did your sister get disappointed with the ending of Lost? I will ask her, Leo. I left for China before I knew what happened, so I'm not sure, Leo. So yeah. How did we like this guy, boys and girls? I feel for him. I feel for him. I do. I also loved episodic TV. But I'm going to be frank, okay? I'm going to be frank. Do I want to drive myself insane by waiting through 6 months for a 1-week episode of stuff that's filled with woke crap? And the answer is no. I'd rather it all go into one chunk, and I can then determine whether I want to speed run that thing or not. I personally think that in this day and age, there's too many things working against the episodic TV. There's too many things working against TV with heart. If it's not the woke shit, if it's not the corporations, it's the reactionary audiences, the female-driven fetishizers, and the masculine fetishization of depression and grimdark. I think together, like, that whole, like, weird obsessions with realism or with psychological realism or with inclusivity and representation, I think all of that together combines into what I can only describe as a creative shit show. And it doesn't matter if I'm even including in their right-wing virtue signaling white right-wing people who make the cringiest of stuff as well. I just think it's a situation where audiences are part of the problem as much as the suits are, as much as the creatives are. Toxic nostalgia. This does feel like toxic nostalgia. It just feels... I just wonder, right? It did get me thinking. I will say this about Sci-Fi Odyssey, okay? I'm going to give him this. It did get me thinking about how we watch old shows. Are we watching them in the same spirit as the audience who watched them when they first came out? And I think sometimes we don't. And so, are we actually engaging with this older content the same way? Can we even? And that is an interesting question. That, I think, is interesting to consider. Because there's this idea, at least from what he seems to be thinking, is that you go back and rewatch the stuff and you will have this feel-good feeling because you're spending time with these characters and it's kooky and it's zany and it's taking risks and it's fun. But are you laughing with it or are you laughing at it? And I don't know. I don't know if you can always rewind the clock. It's like people who are like, oh, if I just get that one MMO, I will be there all the time. And it's kind of like you can't rewind the clock to that old MMO. But what you can do is buy the new Crimson Desert game. And then you might have that same nostalgic feeling, but it's a completely different game. We can't engage in a show the same way like the first time we saw it. Why remasters are a hard thing to get right? Yeah. Yeah. When Angel came out, my friend and I would call each other every commercial break for that first season to talk about it. How nerdy were we? Awesome. Playing it right now? Well, I'd be disappointed if you weren't. Okay. You love the game? Ben, we lost Ben to Crimson Desert. I just want to say, we knew Ben. RIP. April 2026. Gone, but not forgotten. All joking is, yeah. I'm dying out. Party is a pumpkin now. Okay, take care. I'm probably going to actually end very soon. I actually might, I might end really, really soon, everybody, because I do have a class tomorrow in the morning. These days, I unfortunately have been given a Monday morning class that I have to teach to a very challenging student who drives me crazy. So I'm probably going to have to call it soon as well, just so I can unwind and be by myself for a bit. But all of this to say, I failed today. I only got 2 out of the 4 videos. Sag. It is what it is. But it's already Monday. I know. Don't tell me. Wait a minute. Foxy. Oh, Foxy's on the other side of... Fuck you, Foxy. Stop talking more, watchy. I can't help it, okay? You guys have 2 good comments. You guys need to stop commenting in the comment section. So then I stop reading your ideas. And then I, can focus. Honestly, though, this was very fascinating. Very, very good. It's my fault. It's too good. Next week, I should have a regular stream again. Will it be reacts? Will it be a video game? We will see. Stop commenting. Sorry, not sorry. See? It's Foxy. We gotta all blame Foxy, guys. Saying out-of-pocket stuff. That's great. Keep it up. I really do like seeing you guys commenting because we have such a small, intimate chat here. I can see what you guys are coming up with, and I like your observations a lot. Sometimes I don't agree, obviously, but you know, good times. Generally good times. But next week all should be normal. As in to say I should have a stream next week. And whether it will be reacts or game, I'm not certain. I'm shaded from... Did someone say comment on ideas? I have about 50 of them. I'm shaded from a consumer point, so I pretend to know what I'm saying. I'm going to be honest, Foxy. I am also, to a degree, right? I say that I'm black-pilled. I do think I am. I feel that I go into most things expecting to be disappointed, and I'm always pleasantly surprised when I'm not. And I have a very low bar to a degree. But deep down in the depths of my heart, there's a spark, a ray that's saying, maybe there's something out there. And when I find those things that are meaningful and beautiful, that show love and passion and hard work, and do you know what, even more importantly than passion and love and hard work, do you know what's even more important than that? Discipline. Because in my books, I'm, with the editing and with the sci-fi discussion, it shows that you can have passion for something, you can work hard on something, but if you don't discipline yourself and humble yourself as a reader to submit to the author, and if you don't humble yourself as an author and submit to your editor and your feedback, your beta readers and stuff, I think you run the danger of falling into the most cardinal sin that caused Lucifer to fall, and that is pride. And I think pride is one of the most destructive things that exists within the creative space. And it can exist within the reader as well. The reader who thinks they know best. The reader who thinks they know what they need. The reader who thinks that they know where the story should go. And it's all of these kinds of hidden, pervasive mentalities of a self-focused culture that is still extremely tribal, by the way. I think it's this devastating combo of narcissism with tribalism that has led to where we are today. And it's very destructive for the creative, and it's very destructive for the audience. So I do feel sad for this bro who wants more episodes. And I'm very glad that he did touch on why this is happening. I wish he could have gone into that a bit more deeply. But it just goes to show that people's greed, ambition, pride, and even passion can result in missed opportunities and crap. So yeah. My out-of-pocket comments would get me banned by Susan. Yeah. Hold back, Wooly. We want to keep you here. We don't want Susan to come after you. I'm not jaded as a consumer because there is so many choice that if a few things let me down, there's always something to look forward to. I like that positivity, Jonathan. I hope the best for you. It's made to be your fault. That's fair. He should get into anime. He should get into anime. Perhaps he should, Leo. perhaps he should. Yeah. I do think it's interesting how fantasy, you know, we made a list, right? I do think it's interesting how fantasy and sci-fi in particular have lost episodes, right? There's so many other genres of TV that have not lost episodes, right? So that's what's so fascinating to me, is why fantasy and why sci-fi? Why have they lost the episodes? And I think in discovering that distinction is where we can actually look at money and productivity and audience expectations and all of that. So I think that's where the discussion could be had. I'm not sure that instinctively avoiding or rejecting AAA games or pop media is being jaded. I think being jaded would mean that even if a good AAA or pop media came along, you would refuse to recognize it for what it is. Perhaps. It's more expensive? Yeah. That's what I assumed, Jonathan. That's what I assumed. Because, like, today, if you trotted out kooky costumes and fake masks, people would just laugh you out of the room. That's just the way it is. Yeah. I think being jaded is more about, like, a mentality that poisons you long term. So that even when something good comes along, you can't recognize it. Or admit that it exists. Or even enjoy it, maybe. Toy dinosaur chasing down the heroes. Yeah. 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 There's a Japanese TV show that I love, Nodame Cantabile, and they have a cutscene for a plane crash landing that is very funny. Very, very funny. And it's intended to be an incredibly critical, pivotal moment for one of the main characters. So it's even more funny when they show it a lot. Because they're trying to show how this kind of caused him trauma. But because there was a lack of the production quality isn't there, so it becomes laughable. Now, for me, it's not laughable because I can inject the realism into it as I need to be. I can play. Like, I'm a very willing dance partner when it comes to creative writing or creative products. I am not somebody who goes in, wishing malice. I do, like I said, I'm ready to be disappointed by a lot of stuff, but I genuinely do not go in with a sense of malice of, like, I hope this sucks, or, I hope they're failing. This particular show, for example, if you're willing to go with it for what it is, it's incredibly heartwarming. What were the Naruto filler arcs you liked? I liked Power. Power, off the top of my head, Power was a very interesting one with really great animation. One of the things about anime filler is that anime filler tends to be, for lack of a better term, it tends to be poorly animated, right? Because they're not going to spend their production money on a filler episode. So a lot of the animation in fillers tend to be lower quality. But Power actually had really high quality. That was in Naruto Shippuden, I believe. And then there was another one. I made a list. I actually made like I don't know where the list is. I made it for Party way back in the day. I don't know if she still has it pinned. Oh, right here. Here. So this is my Naruto watch list guide. So Naruto season 1 can skip episode 26, can skip episode 19 to 23, can skip episode 4 onward, although I find episode 19 to 20 charming, can skip episode 1 onward, although you could watch episode 41. 41 I really like. Could skip episode 48, but it has some info for later. Could skip episodes 3 to 24, episodes 1 to 8, the entire season. Technically, episode 1 to 4 and 16 are filler, but they are wholesome and could skip 5 to 21. So you can see here, I recommend season 13, could skip 4, 6, 15 to 20. 15 to 20 is actually amazing for animation and stuff, but isn't pertinent for the story. So you can see here, that's my Naruto watch list that I made for Party and my dad. Waiting for an IP I'm excited in, then realizing the DI Warriors have changed it to suit a hyperqueer agenda. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the agenda I think is really devastating, Foxy. I know some guys that return to WoW due to being their baseline MMO, even objecting to Blizzard on moral level. I consider him jaded. He can't find a good MMO anywhere, so he goes back to comfort instead of expanding his gaming horizon. Yeah, Molly, that's a good example, I think. Has a good gameplay loop, depending on social needs. Can feel that need. I was doing a little bit of WoW retail behind the scenes for content, for YouTube content. But I'm going to run into problems as soon as I need to go into a dungeon to continue the stories. Because sometimes the stories continue in the dungeon. And I'm doing a paladin tank for story reasons. But now I'm going to be fucked because I can't run a dungeon in WoW, probably. It's just going to... WoW has way too many hurdles that it's just... It's... I remember Preach talking about it in his rating discussion, which I thought was actually really solid. And he talked about the hurdles that WoW puts in front of people. And Josh Strife Hayes as well recently has been playing WoW and has come up with some amazing discussions around it that basically mirror my own takeaway. And the amount of community wanting to play the game for you but in like not a helpful way is so fascinating. So like he wanted to do what Shay recommended, which is to rely on the community in the game to get help. But so many people in his stream were just telling him to go to Wowhead. So you can imagine the problem that he ran into when these pro Wowhead people just kept telling him to just check WoW. And I think he's playing Classic. So the build there, I guess like your build does matter. But he wanted to like only like engage with people in the game because it's supposed to be a social game where you engage only with the people. But then what do you do if the people are shit and just tell you to go to Wowhead? It's like, it's just a whole vicious cycle. I'm one of those people who's like, I want to really enjoy WoW, but there's no way I can get all of the content the way it was intended to be gotten. And they've put such hurdles in front of me. It's almost like I'm right now at a point in time where I'm trying to write a book. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Massive backseating is why Josh stopped playing 14. Probably. I was watching something where Josh was talking about how he views streaming. I think 14 is not conducive to how Josh Strife streams. Bully someone to run at your speed? Yeah, who? I mean, I can pocket heal or pocket tank for you in LFG if you just want to see the content. See, but that's the problem, Shay. The content is doing the dungeon at the level it's intended. See, that's what I'm saying is like, I don't want it to be just cleared for me and I just stand there. I want to engage with the content as it should be engaged with and see the story as it should be seen. I don't want somebody to unsync it for me the first time and just run through it and then let me see the cutscene at the end. Like, you should be able to go in and do the dungeon having never tanked before. Backseating is not good. WoW can totally be social. When I say pocket, it means I sink down. Yeah. Curb stomping is stomping. I can totally sink down on pocket heal. Yeah, but we'd have to get 2 DPS who are willing to understand that the tank may not know where to go. That's what I'm saying. Right? Because it's not like a hallway. I'm assuming. Right? There's like better paths and not as good paths. So like, what if I go the wrong way? It's just going to be hard. It's going to be hard to feel confident going into that kind of a content and have fun. But I will reach out to you, Shay, if I decide to do it and I need a pocket healer. Thank you for the offer, by the way. It's just, WoW makes it really difficult. If the tank and healer are in agreement, the DPS can bite you. Yeah, and once again, I just want to make it very clear. I met some people in WoW who were fantastic, and they were great people. I don't want to make out that all WoW people are shitty people. It's just, I feel less confident about this whole thing than I did in 14. Heal tank Qs are instant. Yeah, I think that's a regular MMO experience, Shay, for me. Like if I queue as a warrior or white mage, that's gonna do it for me. Like that's pretty quick. It will pop faster, generally speaking. Except for alliance raids, there's a high chance you can get in as a DPS pretty fast. Tank shortage be real at the moment. WoW is social if you find a good guild or community, and the occasional chatty catty. Yeah, and once again, I don't need someone to be chatting with me all the time. I just need to be very clear here. I'm an on again, off again social person. I'm not talking about socializing in the game like, oh, hey, how's your day going and stuff. I don't mean that. But I do need to have a level of confidence that if I approach somebody, they're not just going to be like, yeah, why didn't you go to Wowhead? Or over telling me information, which is another problem that happens in MMOs. It's like, I just need this much information, no more, no less. I just need this much help, no more, no less. But people either give you not enough or too much. And it's like hitting that middle ground for help is really hard. So, like, for example, when I ran 14 with my sister, she never played an MMO before. 14's really good for beginner people. There were moments where I said nothing to her and let her get hit by stuff until she figured it out. Or she was like, okay, I don't get it. What's going on here? The worst situation is when you have somebody burbling on in chat. Oh, by the way, be careful with this, be careful with that, be careful with it. Bish, she hasn't even seen the mechanics yet. Let her see the mechanics the first time and just confront it on her own basis. And then if she's like, okay, guys, I'm really struggling, like, I don't get it, then you can go in and be like, oh yeah, okay, here's how you do it, right? But you don't need to be burbling like yap, chirp, chirp, chirping all the time. I'm not asking to be chirped in my ear all the time on how to play the game. If I have to be chirped all the time on how to play the game has done a terrible job with its systems. But if I do need help, I should feel confident that I can go in and get help where I need it. And that is the issue right now with me with WoW. I'm an annoying chatter. Yeah, that's fine. Once again, I also need to be clear. Like, there was this one friend I knew in Final Fantasy XIV when he was playing the game. I partied up with him. We were in Eastern Dandelion, Camp Drybone, and we talked for 45 minutes about Metamorphosis by Kafka. And we were just talking about literature in Camp Drybone. Okay? I'm completely able to have certain conversations in my MMO. I'm not saying I want zero conversations. I am able and willing to have chatter. But when it comes to helping me with the game, I don't want my hand held too much, and I don't want my hand held too little. And that's a problem that some people have. They start mansplaining to you. And I mean that quite literally. And it's like, please, let me try to come to grips on my own. And if I struggle with this, then I'll come to you and I'll ask you for help. And then we'll deal with it. But this kind of like backseating, or not backseating at all, and then just telling you to go to a website, it's just, it's not great. It's not great. And it happens in 14, by the way, except like I've seen less people telling you to go to a website. More people are likely to over-explain mechanics to you before you get to see the mechanic. That can happen sometimes. I've seen that happen in dungeons. It's like, calm down, girl. Yeah. But anyway. I wonder if gacha gamers also have this problem of under advice or over advice. Like unhelpful backseating or too much backseating. I bet gacha communities can be just as terrible. I think it's just about internet. I think when you're on the internet, you're unable to specify exactly what you want out of an encounter. And people misunderstand. But in the Josh Strife Hayes situation, he was communicating very well what he was looking for, and there were some people who could not grasp the point. Oh. Okay, I will say about AP and the ARF dungeon, I've been stuck there for half an hour to 45 minutes with someone before. So, as a recent adventure into Twilight Survivor, there's definitely over and under help. Okay. So Shay has seen that before. ZZZ, or ZZZ, has a lot of meta builds characters, and people are hyper on top of making sure people pick meta over waifu, but I'm not part of the community, so I don't see a lot. Okay, yeah, that's fair. I also think usually MMOs have a more robust chat feature, so maybe that also can happen. And then, of course, with Josh Strife Hayes, his situation was more streamer privilege, right? I mean, like, you start streaming, I think you're opening yourself automatically to people backseating. I mean, I'm not supporting backseating, but I do think that's like an occupational hazard. So, you know, what are you going to do? But yeah. Okay, so it does happen in mobile games. Yeah. FF doesn't have a lot of spreadsheet requirements to engage in higher content or get generic builds. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's like, I think there's some people who will be like, oh, you're struggling with your rotation. Check out a West Galber video. Or for like a Savage Raid, they might be like, you need to watch this video or look at a Hector thing or whatever. But Wowhead, I think, becomes some people's sanctuary. And if someone comes to them with a question, they're more likely to just throw math at them or like Wowhead instead of engage with what the person is really asking for or is really wanting. So, yeah. Yeah. But I'm glad. I heard that she has gotten into housing. So she's been focusing more on her housing. Foxy Duck is in WoW gathering. I hope everybody has a lot of fun with the games they're playing. Is Wooly still here? What is Wooly playing? I know Ben is playing Crimson Desert. We don't even need to ask anymore. We just assume he's playing Crimson Desert. What is Wooly playing? We're just going to assume that Leo is reading a book or something. WoW has so many variables that sometimes Wowhead is just the better solution. Character power related. Then optimization doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Wooly. Are you still in the gacha game world, Wooly? Or have you moved on to different things? I spent all last night finding an empty phase of Silver Moon revamped before you start the Midnight campaign and just exploring it. I got choked up a few times. It's so beautiful. Ooh. Nice. You should send pictures sometime, Shay. I got my bunny and raccoon girl, so I'm happy. What do you mean, raccoon girl? We've been waiting 18 years. Oh, okay. Raccoon girl. What game is this? Alice and Yuzuha. Oh, ZZZ. Okay, let's see this raccoon girl. Yuzuha. Wow, they made her a redhead. Her tail is very brown, so I'm going to guess she's like a red panda. Which is a kind of raccoon. But not the raccoon I was looking for. Raccoons are horribly underrepresented. Willie's playing Fall of Avalon. As far as gacha goes, just PGR. Can we patch this weekend? Fall of Avalon. Is that Tainted Grail, Willie? Is that the Tainted Grail stuff? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. How are you liking that? I know somebody who loved Tainted Grail. What do you think? It's actually her pet. Yeah, see, raccoons are horribly underrepresented. Where are my Nekomimi raccoons at? They need to happen. At the moment, I'm finishing some G-posing, but my game outside FF14 at the moment is Atomic Heart. Oh! Oh, right. Yes. That's like set in the Russian post-USSR dystopia, no? With the robots that are making out and having sex or something? Like the Golden Girls? And I watched the Skill Up review for that, and I thought it was so funny because he was like, I don't understand how they can go from like such poor development to such high technology. And I was like, when you can tell someone hasn't been to a communist country before. I'm sorry. I'm being I'm being harsh, but so true. If you know, you know. Okay, I should stop laughing about that, but oh man. Enjoying it a lot. I'm under the sea right now trying to fix a mess made by Merlin's apprentice. Oh. So far, I haven't seen any robots kissing, but your robot upgrader bot is horny. That's some dialogue epic. Also playing a pure mage, trying to resist my urge to play a big bonk warrior as usual. Interesting. Willie, so far, would you say that there's some replay value in the game? What do you think? Is there a replay value or no? I'm hearing Wooly has been playing Tainted Grail. I know lifed it over the last 2 weeks. Yeah. Dane no lifed Tainted Grail so hard. Dane, did you play a mage or warrior? Okay. Your choices are final and reflected in the world state. That is so cool. Okay. Interesting. That is super awesome. So if you went back and played warrior, your choices as a mage would matter? Question mark? I want to say it was an awesome stream. Aw, thanks, Epic. Rest well. Take care. Started as a dual wielding archer build, ended up as Wooly puts it, big bonk warrior. I want to do a second playthrough as a mage. It might not compel a second playthrough. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Wooly. Yeah. Interesting. Very cool. Maybe it would be like a second playthrough on a rainy day when you just want to relax. Perhaps. Something like that. Loyal to Camelot or promote local power. Oh, okay. I haven't done any research on Avalon, the fall of Avalon, so it does not react to class and the like. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I have I decided to pick up again this weekend. I had a couple hours, so I decided to pick up Fantasy Life, which I had bought, or was it a gift from somebody? So I've been playing Fantasy Life of course, Final Fantasy once or twice a week. Jonathan, I don't know, is Jonathan in here still? But I've been doing Final Fantasy 14 PvP for a mount. So I've been working on that in between. But I'm trying to focus on getting curriculum done and getting more of my book done. And in May, my online classes will begin. So yeah. So I'll probably just stick to Fantasy Life and Final Fantasy 14 because it's like low stakes. I don't have to be turned on as much. That's a terrible way of phrasing it. I mean to say it's like I don't have to be as tuned in or zoned in when I play those games because they're more relaxing for me now. But since FOA was developed by 50 slaves in a basement, I'll give them a pass. What? Wait, what? 50? I know that's a figure of speech, but what do you mean 50 slaves in a basement? It was developed by Questline and published by Awaken Realms. So who's the developer? Polish indie game development studio, subsidiary of Awaken Realms. Okay. Interesting. So it's a Polish developer. Wow. Their website is special. Yeah, it looks to be like Polish or something. Slavs. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh, the irony. I think that's slightly ironic. Oh gosh. Oh dear me. You know what? Things are getting a bit too funny here. I'm gonna go. Nice. 50 slaves in a basement. Okay. I've been doing a daily checklist of activities for 14. Oh, see, I don't do a checklist, Jonathan. It's one of the reasons why MMOs and mobile games end up losing me, because I tend to just skeeve off. I'm when it comes to my entertainment, I'm very lackadaisical and undisciplined. I just kind of do what I want, which lands me in hot water sometimes, because later on when I have to do content as a content creator or whatever, supposed anyway, not that I'm making content right now, but when I am doing stuff with content in mind, I run into a wall because I don't have the right item level gear. So yeah, anyway. Yeah. Anyhow, I'm going to actually end it, everyone. I loved hanging out with everybody. It was great hearing from everyone. I appreciate everyone coming out. But I do have class in about 6 hours. So I need to go and unwind. But I loved hanging out with everybody. Thank you for hanging in there with me and chatting. Appreciate everybody. And I'll see everyone at a later date. Hopefully next week. Why is it 1 a.m.? We had too much of a good time, Shay. That's what happened. But you know what? I just loved hanging out with everybody. And Shay, if in the future I do get to that specific dungeon that I know I'm coming up on, I will let you know. And we'll discuss how to go about it, okay? So much on my plate, but one day I'll get there. All right, I appreciate it so much, everybody. Take care. Good night.